Щас, секунду, я дещо хочу зробити. Де це воно? Window Cup. О. Що я так зроблю? І тепер я зроблю. Ща, я тут кнопки учусь робити, секунду. Тепер я зроблю отак. Ні, отак. А тепер контур, по-моєму, ні. Shift контур. Ні. А зараз все буде. О, я навчився. Отак. Отак. Тепер сюди. І тепер сюди. Окей. Тепер цю хрень хай десь тут сидить. А то зараз прийдуть і будуть, а де, а як, а що? Так. Вейт, а чого воно жовтим світиться? Мене це тригерить. Окей. Тепер воно працює? О, диви, щось, блін, треба ще підтолкнути його. Технології. Все, стрімер професійний. Да. Да, хай буде, яка різниця. Ще півгодини пограємося. Якраз може добіжу компанію, а може і ні. Компанію. Потім що робимо годину? Я не знаю, я думав, будемо 1,5 години гратися на годину. Ага, сказали fuck you. Так що будемо чимось розважатися. Будете мене розважати? Ні, ну, може, да, це, може це недовго буде. Все погано, але. Downtime approximately 10 minutes. А, ну 10 minutes я потерплю, окей. Ролики, ні, ролики не будемо дивитися. Ну, може якісь, якщо є пояшні якісь ролики, але їх нема, так що ні. Ролики. Будемо дивитися лори Pass of Exile. Ролики. Yep. Подобайки потикав. Молодець, молодець. Вait, секунду, мене. Wait, what? У мене тут. Ладно, nevermind, пофіг. Wait, ні, секунду, може не пофіг, hold the phone, дещо надо чекнути, а то я на іншій сцені знаходжусь. Ні, все нормально. Я думав, чи тут... може тут музика в воді грає, думав, ні. Було б незручна ситуація. Ой, бля. Я всю перерву вареників нафігачився, я щось нічого не хочу, я хочу просто лежати, при тому, що я годину десь лежав уже. Але все ще хочу далі, але, блін, fucking POE. Чим були? З картохою. Картошка. Класика. Я щас приблизно отак виглядаю. А це я приблизно. О. Стой, ну це теж добре, да. Та вони, в принципі, з чим хочеш непогано йде. Так що, я знаю, може там, звісно, є спеціальні, але да. Come from this tonight. Да. Я ще не пробував вареників, які б мені не сподобались, якісь просто більше, якісь менше, але всі хорошо й роблять. Ну, може багато не з'їси, але ж хорошо. Добре робиться. Ну, як багато не з'їси, може і з'їси, але потім будеш, як я щас, відчувати себе. Що да? Не знаю, на що я намагаюся щось доджити, ну ладно. Збочення. Ну як, я з чистими грибами теж щось не сильно пам'ятаю, але міксовані з картошкою і грибами прикольні. It's hard to explain. Hard to explain. О, йдемо подивимося на матеру. Там якусь мапку ще мали пробігти. І заодно голди їм насипом. Хай працюють. А, вони ще працюють, нічого собі. Хай ще працюють. Вейте. А, там мапер здох один. Це провал. Я бачив це, я забув поміняти його. Fuck you, мапер. Взяв, здох. Грати не вміє, чи що? Не. Сир, ну, сир це специфічніше. Мені норм, але да. Я невеликий фанат сиру, в принципі. Але норм. 20 minutes. No. Дайте пограти в бої. Explain. It is the same. А може мені... Вейт, у мене десь... А, я рінги понатягував. Плюс до мене резисти взялись. Ой. І сам згадав. Ой, бля. Реально говорить важко. Може до цього лайфу дойти поки? Наверное, до цього лайфу доповзу поки. Картопля і капуста. Да. Цибульки, шкварочки пожарив, це ж я саме так і от і... І щас, да. Тяжко жить. Добре, але тяжко. Я кажу, я валявся десь там всякі півгодини чи годину. Але дивлюся, вже треба пора запускати, вже там це скоро ці дураки будуть. Прийшлось вставати. Йти на роботу. Я собі мене Аваріус не ваншотнув. Це буде незручна ситуація. Цей блід бісить. Є, з'їдає. Як я? Поверчаржі генері. А, в мене кластер, точно, якщо працює. Поки що. Окей. Цікаво. Very interesting. Я думаю, це якщо я буду потім через ЄС грати, це який в мене щит має бути? Буду дивитися, скільки в мене ЄСа виходить, чи на ЄС, чи на демедж щит можна. А, ну там ще ж блок має бути, wait, fuck. То в мене не буде ЄСа на щиті. А, ну, наверное, ЄС плюс блок буде. Fuck damage. На щиті, по крайней мере, fuck damage. Там суфікси демеджа дадуть теж нормально. Наверно. Або мене сейчас Аваріус ваншотнуть, як варіант. Ніфіга він повернувся швидко. What? Що? Що мене тюкнуло? Це було прям лад, що? Коли прям дивишся і от що? 15 хвилин? Ну, я встигну. Мені треба цього чара якось до 84-го левела буду затягнути. Ой. Щоб топові бази можна було натягувати. Я, на жаль, по-моєму, Twilight регалії всі повикидав, які в мене були. Після Спаркера. Але да. Якось розберемось. Або ні. Його френдлі стрім, боже. Мої стріми всі його френдлі. Ми ж його. Хто тут з'явився? Я думав, ти мене вже покинув. Як мені стало цікаво, я вчора чи позавчора пішов почекати, в мене там є субскрибер, який самий старіший мій субскрибер, який ніфіга в чат не пише. Ну, один з, там, він і Дрім. І він в чат писав останній раз рік тому, а до того ще рік тому. У нього там 10 повідомлень за весь час стрімінгу. І субскрибиться далі собі на ничку. І мені прям стало цікаво, чи він ще є, і він ще є, я прям сходив почекав. Я прям такий, ну ладно. Ладно. Забув відмінити? Ну да. У мене такі інколи думки бували, але потім він приходив і писав привіт. І знову це забивав. Це так було. Я кажу, у мене 10 повідомлень з них, мабуть, 7 було на початку, коли він тільки з'явився, сказав здрасте. Потім ще повідомлення через рік, а потім ще повідомлення через рік. І такі, окей. Окей. Кричати на бангер, та тут бангер за бангером. Стріми, коли ти вдома. Ну так. Факін ГГ змушують. Пісь. We wanted it. Який в мене пасівець. Сі, окей. А до речі, play it. 4. Нормально. Аноусмент, по 4. О, нова ліга в по 1 просто. Буде. На наступному тижні. Ось буде анонсмент. Оньонсь. Вже ще лабу встигнути пробігти. Свідран. За 10 хвилин то. Ой, з такими кліками не встигну. І ні. Чому б і не будь дома? Мені здається, чи в мене щось з ФПСом хрустить, я не розумію. Хм. Значить нормально. Я не знаю, щось прям. Щось мені здалося, чи це в мене в голові хрустить, уже не знаю. На аварія крякала. Там я не замічав, ну ладно. Там було просто, я не зрозумів, що мене надамажило. Мені бажано големів забити, то вони мене заб'ють. Одного забив. Одного забив. Будемо вважати, що цього достатньо, надіємося. Just don't get hit for hit. Блін, я реально говорити не можу. Мене хрипить. Переїв. Не оптимальненько. У мене комп новий, так. Ну, якщо. Я не знаю, коли ти останній раз мене бачив, але літом ми збирали і вибирали, і розбирали. Мені чач допоміг. Я думав, там просто чуть щось похімічить, бо він почав вийожуватися. А мене чат вговорив взяти у них гроші. Я такий, ну ладно, вговорили. Там майже весь оновив. Получилось. Ну, він не то, що супер офігенний, але чесно це було. І мені достатньо. Мені достатньо якраз теплої. Але це вчасно зробили, компухтер оновилось, получився. Коли оце почалося з цими цінами. Угу. Леєр ще той. Я не хочу його вбивати, я хочу спочатку ці повбивати, але походу ні. А, я не зміг. Не встиг. Ну, може до 28-го року АІ помре, і тоді все повернеться в нормальну ситуацію. Угу. Угу. П'ять хвилин залишилось. Not like this. Підганяють, блін. Понятно, що він повністю не помре, але може трохи заспокоїться хоч трохи. І попустить. Ну що, це нам уже з цим жити якось. Чотири хвилини. Та-та-та. Заводи набудують. Да. Єй. Єй. Я встиг. Cannot be chilled defrozen. А тільки що хруснув ХПС у мене? Я не знаю що. Нормально все наче показує. Experience. Я хочу experience. Не знаю на що, але хочу experience, хай буде. Цікавий experience. Патчноти на форумі, кажуть є. Ну ладно. Окей. Бувай. Так, тоді я поміняю сцену. Коротше, все. Якщо я так зроблю, воно. Да, воно не робить. Це мені треба там не так робити, так що пофіг. Ай. Ну давай на форум почнути. І що мені робить 15 хвилин? 3.27.0 х. Мап, портал, талент, no дисплей комплета. Ну, надо ж було щось знайти. Надо ж було щось знайти. Щоб написати. Що тут ніяких навіть тізерів немає? Ну да. Ми вже бачили це все. Не знаю. Давайте, я не знаю, по собі. Ой, все потикаю. Марний гей. Таке вже й далеке, не знаю. Це майбутнє. Таке собі. Все, це те, що я хочу сказати. Щось майбутнє виглядає так собі, з усіх сторін, у усіх сенсах. Так, я Вічка. Я культіст. Типу, якщо я так зроблю, я так. Ну, я думаю, на якому левелі я всі I хочу тикати кнопки. Всі I. Роздавана арені? Я не знаю. Може і так, але навіть якщо так, то все одно своя ніша є. У мене друг в пої грав. Ну і може ще грає без поняття. Через якийсь там я забув кого там. Nvidia чи кого це? GeForce, по-моєму, Now. Щось таке. Було норм. Сидів довольний. Навіть якщо так. Е, Мені направо. Я... Не знаю. Це який вже 68 плюс отут. Да, в мене теж все дуже лагало перші мої комп'ютери, ноутбуки, точніше навіть. Коли я намагався по на них мучить. Я не знаю, наскільки це duration надо для інтерарба. Те, що мені він руїнить дерево. Я вийду сюди. Та буває, магічним образом починає лагати. Так, класичний момент. Light of Miming у мене є. На E-Energy Shield. Ах. Бам. Олі-молі. Окей. Стоїн Кразіаса кашол. Кашол. Айде прикинем. Рандомний гір все одно робить нема що. Ну, так, не сьонка, але непогано, непогано. Якщо я, наприклад, рандомний чест, чи що, ну давайте по порядку. Такий. І чесно, скажімо, 800 ЄС, поки типу не початковий такий початковий чест. Скільки це? Ну, ось 700 хай буде. До того, як я зможу хай-левельні крафтити, я ж не можу на хай-левел піти вибити фігню. Кажу, початковий, да. Так. Ботинки в мене є на 200 з чимось. Шилда. Я пам'ятаю. І вони ловили. Ну, і от, коротше, 84-й, я надіюсь, я зможу взяти. Отак, десь там, по-моєму. Гловеси, у мене є гіга-гловеси. Ну 800 це не Uber гроші мають бути. 1000 це вже мають гроші бути, на мою думку. 800 це, ну, просто такий нормальний чест. 1000 це вже трошки нечесно. А там і по 1200 бувало. Так, мені треба. Гловеси в мене прям гіга-гловеси є. Я пам'ятаю. Скільки це? 300, в мене більше. 350. Десь в цьому районі. І там ще є інтелект. Скільки, я не пам'ятаю скільки. І ще шляпа є, і щит. Так, коротше, це я на 84-му левелі буду десь 8000 єса мать. Такими темпами. Seems fine. Да, ну це, коротше, 84 левел, щоб можна було назвінути гіри, тоді можна буде спекатися. І треба таки вирішити, як дерево виглядає, і чи я хочу осе. Не знаю, я, мабуть, сюди піду, тільки якщо в мене рандомна natural десь вивелиться з якогось місця. Не думаю, що в іншому випадку я це буду робити. Угу. 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 Да, наверное, я це дропну. Dead Game. В плані Dead Game. Занадто багато людей не витримують навали. Там ти дед. Так, чи що? Ну і тут кластер. І ще якихось десь пару нодиків. Там мастері якісь, і ще якась хрень, не знаю, мені аури надо буде чи ні. Ну, ремарнука. Що мені надо? Дисципліна, наверное, я хочу. Не сильно, але хай буде. Тем. Shield. Ага. Що в мене ще є? Я забув. Якась. Херальд розкелений окремо. Геральт. Геральт. Айспайт. Кріт. І употермія. І ареа. По ідеї так. Ага, ще є місце. Хм. Але воно якось це місце і не туди, блін. Що велику ауру не влізе, а маленька теж не влізе. А маленька яка ще? Ну там флешностони якісь можна, але. Чи є якась фігня, яку я можу засунути сюди? Не можна теоретично, я не знаю, скільки мені дисципліна дає? 9000 ЄС. Чимало, але можна дисципліну дропнути і взяти ауру на 50 якусь. Залежно від того, скільки в мене буде ЄСа, побачимо. Так, що там патч патчить? О, патч патчить, вже найс. Хасту? Хаста хоро? О, 1,5 ГБ, я думаю, там буде 3 метри. Ну ладно. Хаста хороший супой, цей хороша аура, да? Вона і, в принципі, хороша аура. Ну, це ж він терор був будь-який каспід дуже хороший, якщо не помиляюсь, то що він скелить, як бистро ти стаки набираєш, він скелить, як бистро ці пів-пів робляться. То я не помиляюсь. А, все є. Increase, на ньому прямо написано Increase Reduction Cast Speed, Apply to Projectile Speed Frequency. Угу. І чим більше стаків, тим швидше, і якщо ченлиш, то ще швидше. Угу. Угу. То, да, кажу, хаста, вона прикольно. Це як на п'янозбранді, що швидше настакаєш і потім швидше більше дамажиш. Ну, каспід всякий. Та так що і непогана фігня. Душил чаржить швидше. Ну, за отрі, понятно, більше демеджу буде давати, але хаста теж непогано. І move speed. Так, а ще тут в радіусі якісь. Це що таке? Демедж на each Herald. А, ні. А, тут, до речі, ще ремара є. Бам. Ну-ка, скільки мені треба мани, щоб поставлюся? Отей Enlighten, який я ріпнув, мені якраз був би непоганий, який я на чифтейні, він ж ріпнувся, по-моєму, да? Той самий Enlighten. Що за фігня грає? Lonely Warrior? Наверно. Підозрюю. Так. І тут кластер якийсь, і тут що буде далі? Блін, ну. Так не подобається цей старт вічки, він такий. Такий. А, блок мені надо, бля, точно. Блок. Щит, надо взять в руку, щоб бачить блок. І... Та, ні, не тут. Shield. З блоком. Ну, хоча б крафченим, допустим. 65-41. По-моєму, мастері якісь є, але тут кріт мультімастері дуже хороше. Дуже хороше. А скільки це? Це 8 блока, це мастері дає, блін. Але це до хрена кріт мульті. Блок. Це ж стафи, да? Да, це стафи. Майже. Що я запустив? Куди я запустив? Кого я запустив? Краще плюс-мінус таке, а там далі видно буде. Ой. Якщо йому то ігнайте придумати, то можна ще Reckless Defense репліку всунути, у мене там валяється кучка. Ой, не ця кнопка. Щас, секунду, треба дещо зробити. Відкрити оце. Отак, отак. Ну-ка. Якщо я отак. О, отак, так, все. Йдемо, ще пограємося. ХУПЕ. Саме воно. Надвед ботинки. Лайфа не хватає. О, Вальда Puzzle Box. Veil of the Night. Добре. Так. Скільки це воно голди жруть? 25 тисяч. А, таким на мільйон років хватить голди, окей. Світло не нас телефоном цікаві заснув. Найс. Окей, тоді що я хочу? З гіра. З чого я взагалі? Що я хочу? Ботинки я хотів оці, да? Накрафтить на них MS on slot. Movement speed on slot. І натягнуть. Кучка ЄС. Щит, надо 68 левел для такого. Так, резисти. У мене мільярд лайтінга. І надо щось, де не буде лайтінг резисту. В принципі, можна таке поюзати поки. Так, у мене немає ніякого нічого. Щит спел демеджем. А, мене я Харес досі пронажимав цей, да. Три зірки. Ну, та, зацензурило. А будеш? Оце тут. You shall not pass. Ще я трошки розчехлюсь, що я тут роблю, і що я тут забув взагалі. Розчехлюсь якраз уже можна йти дивитися. Так, Ой, це гловиси хороші. Де це? У мене тут, по-моєму, ще щось є таке. Є ще хороші гловиси, які з них кращі. Ці кращі, окей. 350. Still standing. Шапка якась. Сюди треба префікс прикомбінити. Дайте його до рекомбінації засуну. А що тут, до речі, щити якісь валяються? На демеджі. Ладно, мені в будь-якому випадку треба ще один левел взяти, от що мені треба. Still standing. В будь-якому випадку мені треба ще один левел. Ну і ще два бажано, там, по-моєму, на 69 якась фігня. Так, і мені треба взяти. Як його? Атлас, який не має ритуалу, бо ритуал моби боляче кусають. Це що таке? Якісь бокси? Аліва. А тут що? Ні, тут Джун. Джун теж не хочу. А коротше буде це. Піти ще пару левелів якраз взяти. Тільки не заходить в деліріум поки. Пояс, до речі, Batted Breath, навірно, має бути, я думаю. Ну, але це коли вже ЄС буде. Характер у мене. Ну, довго буде Batted Breath, я це маю на увазі. Скоріше все до кінця існування чара. Ей, там в мене є Batted Breath, чи я їх всі там якось по торбив, чи ще щось поробив, я не знаю. Надо фласки засетапить буде. А, боже, сифонір, отстань. Та, отстань, ти від мене задовбали. Ау. Крафтилки. Чайок, та ще рановато, ще півгодини цілих. Надо ж розраховувати. А. Я шилчаржну побачив козлив і в мене паніка. Сталось. Паніка момент. От козли, конечно. На цьому білді хочеться бігати тільки темні карти, щоб цей Геральт так виглядав гарно. Так, я, наверное, хочу фласки. А, анслот у мене є на ботинках. Ця фласка не сильно надо. Джейд можна, фазінг. Навіть не знаю. Квіксильвер, наверное, було б непогано. Якийсь наролий більш-менш нормальний. Ну, хай буде Джейд. А, ну хай буде 2 лайв. А, так це сюди, а. Да. А гранітно десь. У мене нема гранітних, я пам'ятаю, у мене з цим проблема була вічно. Фає 2 теж дайт прийшов. Ну, MTX ж надо і туди, і туди. І оце як не оце. Не шариш. Ой, там було фол, я щось задумався. Я його ніколи не побачу. Ага. Ага. Ей, побачу. Там. О, норм. І тут щось наролить. Армор, ні. Хай буде. Головне, щоб вони самі юзались. Я туди не піду. Чи піду? Так. Я не впевнений. Там шха з демеджем хвиля фінально б'є. Ще треба оптимальну дистанцію від боса мати, щоб побільше оверлапу було, якщо нормально грати. У цього він терорба. Та він цей піс-піс робить. Так і нема, да, окей. Вона коста на скіліще. Я думаю, наскільки мені потрібно лад. Та, не знаю. Ні, ну був би непоганий, але. Не настільки, щоб ризикувати і фортресити щас, я думаю. От не настільки. Ай, до речі, вайстони, думаю, де карти. Буде незручно, якщо мене мапірів захватить бандит. Я от задумався щось. Було б незручно. Я ж його не зможу вбити. І ще дуже довго. О, я на інкубаторі шестерінг час такий мені підходить. Лемао. Окей. Я був до цього не готовий. Ну, там тільки треба щось на нього нажати пару есенцій, да і все. Можна юзати. Простел. Стрелю, де звуки гри? Може вони тут тихіше зроблені, я не знаю. Чи тут взагалі їх нема? У вас їх нема? А це що таке? А? Не поняв. Телефона, це що за звуки гри? 5 секунд. Це сцена, не та? Мені надо... А, мені надо сюди додати. Як це зробити? Я не знаю. Я реально забув, як це робити, боже. Ctrl-C, та ні, я не можу знайти, куди Ctrl-C нажати. Я тут не лазив, не знаю язики. Мені реально цікаво. Телефон. Я в ОБС налаштував його і не трогав більше, не знаю скільки часу. А все буде. ADD? Ні, не ADD сцени. А чого ADD сцена є? ADD source? Ні, не source. Source. Audio input. Ладно, коротше, я здаюсь, у вас не буде звука. Бо я ще зламаю все. Поки. А потім. Півгодини посидите без звука. Музики нема. Да, якщо як сталося це? Колдефон. А як це сталося? В мене питання. Я бачу, що вона не грає. А? Колдефон, а як це сталося? А? І тут вейт. Це була магія. Я не знаю, що я зробив. What the fuck? Я нічого не нажимав. Ну, типа, не підтверджував, просто дивився. І воно прям все пропало. Найс. Якийсь шум є. Той, що має теоретично бути музикою. Але його нема. Телефон, ну-ка. Це гра, окей. Ну, мені показує, що в мене музика є, тільки вона дуже тихо зараз. О. Так, це музика чи що це за хрень? Але вона якась тиха. Та в мене було все нормально, поки я не почав видержуватися. Це музика, тільки вона дуже. Зараз норм? Скажіть, коли буде норма, то я буду ж крутить. Я, походу, просто вниз крутнув, чи що? Я не знаю. Так. Вас там не оглушило. Коротше, скажете. Буде без таймера, коротше. Я хотів стати хорошим стрімером і не вийшло. Коли анонс, угу. І сільки ж фаркувати. What? Став ютубером, блін. Да. Да. Не будеш ти чуть Джонатана? А я, якщо не знаю, може він скаже привіт на старті, як колись Кріс приходив і казав привіт і передавав слово всім іншим. То що сьогодні Джонатана не буде в Q&A. Якщо що. Але може він на анонсить буде все-таки. А може сам Марк уже буде. Звук тихий на стрімі? Ні, нормальний. Ну, може, чуть тихіший, я свої стріми бачив. Я говорю нормально. Отстань. Головне, що мене чути. А, для цього треба 73-й. Ну ладно. Там, чуть ЄС. 1000 ЄС плюс, найс. Я не знаю, що ти виключиш на максималках. Я свій стрім включаю. У мене на твічі на 20%. Оце полосочка. Щоб мені нормально чути було, і я себе не глушив. Я не знаю, що в тебе там, да, звук вінди підкрутить, можна туди-сюди. Ну і у мене звук стріма на 20%, у Матіла звук стріма теж десь на 20% на твічі. Я не знаю. Ні, ну я може тихіший, ніж інші, але не так, щоб це було сильно, мені здавалось. Замітно. В порівнянні з іншими стрімерами, типу. Яких я дивлюся, так. Я ж на свій стрімінг, коли теж клікаю, чи там води, чи ще щось. Я забув, що я хотів клікати. Пора, ще не пора. Завтра буде пора. Ти чуєш чи ні? Ти чо бикуєш? Так. Шляпу ще якусь. Голосу 84-й надо аж. А шляпа у мене якась є взагалі? Чи та шляпа? Ой, у мене шляп нема ніяких хороших. Надо буде якусь окей шляпу скрафтить піти. Ну-ка йдемо, попробуємо тикнути в шляпу. Не, ну да, я просто кажу, що я коли клікаю інших стрімерів, то я Twitch полосочку порівнянні з моїм звуком не дергаю. І мені нормально чутиться. Я щось не знаю. Вулю мастер. Може це в мене, звісно, щось там накручене по-хитрому, але таке. Ну, я маю на увазі, що в мене, коли я стріми дивлюсь, може в мене якось там накрутив щось. І в мене якось там воно все вирівнює саме. Але я не пам'ятаю таких технологій. Майнкаст кричить. Скажи, щоб не кричали. Так, це я що роблю? Шапку. Шляпку. На ній має бути дефенс, я чув. Ну і можна якийсь резист. На них не має бути мани. Іди нафіг. І на ньому не має бути атак. І на ньому не має бути пузикл. Так. Дай скрафтить. Бам, шляпа. Шляпа? От шляпа. Отак, оце так шляпа. Повна. Ну, я стріми дивлюсь на колонках, і колонки в мене супер фігові. Я не знаю, як це впливає на що, але в мене колонки прям супер фігові. І тому. Я не знаю. Але мені чути норм. Ну, не монітора, звісно, але колонки за 300 гривень оці ті самі. Які я які-небудь взяв, щоб щось було, і так з ними вже 5 років сижу, чи скільки вже. Ну, окей, початкова шапка, наверное. Самі легендарні колонки. Так в мене клава за 100 гривень, який вже 15 років. Колонки за 300 гривень, які теж вже 5 років, і норм. Actually, Свен колонки, да, саме вони. Легендарні. Так і є. Ну, не в третьому, кажу, ці колонки я брав ось недавно, але. Так і є. Я прийшов в магазин, ну, коли компа купляв, без колонок взяв його. Але ж щось, щоб звук робило надо, то тикнув пальцем перші, які попали, сказав, дайте, і пішов. А думав, потім, якщо треба, буде, поміняю. А клава взагалі, кажу, у мене в клаві вже 15 років, яку купили за 100 гривень. Так що, да. Колонки, які дзвонять раніше з телефона, це саме вони, да. Вони це роблять. Це ті самі колонки. Best колонки ever. Ever. Чат хейтерів і не говори. Не вміють, вони не знають. Нічого, не цінять. Колонки тут стараються, оце. На MTX своє, да. Але, кажу, мені нормально, тобто... Ні, ну я розумію, що було б покраще, може, а я ще здохну, тут краптут баду. Мені надо фласка.
MONKHELIWATC HESWITEPEEPOH APPYSMOKESWH
Як скажеш. Я фласку хочу. Я щось задумався про інше. Не питайте. Свариться. О, де новачки хай пожари, да? Щось нема. Сьогодні днем якісь були, пару прибігали. Але вже нема. Їх не перебаниш. На жаль. Анонімно дивляться. Піони. Вітаю. Ой, і тебе. Тут фрум. Щось від мене хоче. Я щас здохну. Бару. Бару. Хай біжать куди хочуть, аби не від мене подалі. Шмаляю без попередження. Ні, це ті, хто... Какая разниця? Проріга вмерла, я таких не пам'ятаю, щоб я хоч раз банив. Ну, діло його. Як йому хочеться. Будь. І жить. Так, закидаю ще там 20 хвилин. Окей. Не пропустить, а то я ж тут заліпаю, бігається. Так січить весело. На білдіна з експлодами. Ти пропустив фріків, приколи, о боже. Він не знає. Вималь, антенни. What the fuck, ладно. Тік-ток без ліміту. Ей, він не знає, да. ППЛА. А був тут один, який казав, що ми фріки, що за підписками дивимося чужими. Ну, а я туди давно не лазив, вон бани. Може там є. Ну там були пару, але там не смішні. Але я вже трохи не заходив туди. Ну десь, мабуть, місяць десь не заходив, я думаю. До цього були, але там не смішні, там просто а що, а як, а на що, і в такому дусі. Це вже не смішно навіть. Ось там в дусі, а за що забанили? Як же гарненько цей Геральт тут в токсиках робить. Ні, ну там навіть не за що, там було це, там за що і як і на що. Мені треба нові руки, до речі. Щоб більше влада влазила. Да, був один кадр, який казав, дивлюся гівно, це то, щоб подивитися, як там санкції на них працюють. І я їм сказав, добре. І через це там фоловиться на них і оце все. Оу, такий. Добре, навіть не знав, що сказати. Гарно. Гарний. MTX. Що, ще токсиків може зробити, щоб падало більше? 15 хвилин, 14 хвилин, нічого собі швидко час іде. Я думав, я не думав. Ти думаєш, що я думаю? Я стрімер. Ге-ге-ге, це само собою. Ти репетируєш? Хотів сказати, ау, ой, я чуть не здох. Хотів сказати, репетуєш? Потім подумав, це щось не то. А може і репетуєш, звідки я знаю. Треба ще щось придумати. Да, то це вже якось слабенько. Левелапаюсь поки тут. Бо якби ще мапки падали обратно, якісь там токсики чи що. Було б взагалі чудово. Ліга це Професі 2.0. Це буде неочікуваний поворот. Якщо це буде Професі 2.0. Я не здивуюсь колись побачить якийсь Харбінджер 2.0 чи Легіони 2.0. Професі 2.0 це буде для мене гад. Дайте тото? Колись тото буде. Не знаю, чи в PoE 1? Не факт, навряд чи. А може й буде. Але в PoE 2 буде. Будете грати тільки в PoE 2 тоді. Ти провів час в перегляді теорії, я й забув уже, да? І що там, Професі пропонують дати? Легасі твої. Візалиш PoE 2. Я з радістю. Грант UAV і це типу Професі? Але ж це не Професі. Ладно. Віж, це ж не Професі. професія. Це майже професія, окей, окей. Аргумент. Ох, ці теорії. Ще 10 хвилин залишилось, наверное, пора вже виходить своє. Ай, там лут падає.
Та ріпнись уже задовбав.
Та ріпнувся вже і не раз. Чого ви оце? Чого ви як оце? Вітаю, десь півроку. Нема сенсу поки. Ну, от, все, через тиждень Ліга в Play 1 стартує, так що, напевно, бажано рекомендовано в Play 1 вриватися. Через 2 місяці десь буде в Play 2 Ліга, тоді будемо в Play 2 вриватися. Twitch. Pass of Exile. Наткнувся на відос, який розбирав платформи тізера. Молодець. Так, це можна виключити, цих дураків, там нічого ніколи не буде хорошого. Дропс включить, надіюсь, я не знаю. Музяка. Блін, надо йти якийсь чай зробити, мені лінь вставати, я не хочу шевелитися, але чай хочу мать, бо потім точно не захочу вставати. Що робить? Блін, а так це, по-перше, це все одно вставати треба було, по-друге, в мене його нема. Лор відоси, да. Да, дожилися. На мене це зсилаються. ХУПЕ. Окей. Окей, ладно, я пішов робити чай, а ви тут ХУПЕ робіть. БРБ. Ще вернусь колись. Я тайм по центру буде висіти, омега лул. Що Мун просить? Давайте, це слово не хотів взагалі писати можна, а то я пам'ятаю, щось там люди на нього жалувались. Давай я краще Муна забаню. Якийсь там висить. Да. Так. Біти 29% оф. Чого 29? У мене питання. Що це за цифра така? Буде ліга крафту луту мірори і луту мірори і крафту мірорних айтемів. Ну якщо всіх будуть мірорні айтеми, тоді пофіг, що там мірори падають уже, бо ти нічого не будеш мірорити, шах і мат. Якщо все опі, то нічого не опі, да? 30 це забагато? Окей, понятно. Блин, музяка прям. Так, іграти є нащо. Просто. Я навіть не знав, що у мого бота є такий респонс, чесно. Просто. На, музяка прям. Музяка в поєвчав, я не кажу, я почав слухати останнім часом там собі, щоб відео брати, і там прям бенгери. Я прям сьогодні сидів, шукав на Spotify, чи вона є, щоб додав собі плейліст. І, на жаль, неї нема на Spotify, по крайній мірі, я не знайшов. Таке. Ну там є і таке, що можна, але це скоріш. Щас це скоріше таке. Я не вірю тобі, я не знаю, що це за плейлісти, я не хочу туди клікати. Угу. Бань. Він, походу, не робочий, я не знаю. Зникло 10 мірорів. Да. Якщо б мене прибили по автосім правам, мене б вже давно прибили за ту музику, яку я граю. Я не знаю, що ти знайшов, але да. Ладно, одна хвилина є, надіюсь, ти мені не зламаєш це. Що це таке? Ой, та воно реально є? Тільки тут навіть ті, які я не хотів, actually. Окей. Я цей плейліст не знайшов. Ладно. Ну, я шукав цього саме композитора Passive Exile руського, Каміля. А потім у нього там якісь інші плейлісти непояшні є. А потім я написав Passive Exile в пошуку і мені не видало цю хрень. Я обідався. Там в чаті прям дуже хочуть монозаантаймаутить. Мінус 5000 ПП лозера. Так, я зроблю атак. Це все. Давайте. 20 секунд. До ХУПЕ. Нападяй. 10, 9, 8, 7. Давай. Зараз буде якийсь технікал поломка.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live.
Jonathan.
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th.
Ви
Push
чуєте?
drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below.
Чи голосніше?
Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
Нараж. Ого.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer.
Музяка.
The Aphrodite sought our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them.
Виглядає прикольно.
and
Реально
you
Легіон
will
тема
be
якась.
granted a wish.
Soul Eater. 80 раріті, insane. Я бачив Сіріуса.
Evil yearns for his freedom.
Ну і само собою
We
бос.
must keep him
А?
in the
Тобі
dark.
норм? Що? Supported by call penetration in weird game? Ого, оце так шабля, я теж таку хочу. Нові супорти якісь. Keepers Fora, це да. Атлас. Да, Атлас. Боже, всього багато, всього дай хочу там якесь Асендесі, нове, Сіонка, і якесь ще Асендесі. Коротше, всього багато, як завжди, і очі розбіглися, і все хочу, дай потрогати, я вже хочу грати. Новий Bloodline був, да, міражівський, я теж так подумав. Нема тоти, все програли. Угу.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep
Endgame
dive
reward
into Path of Exile
pokciam.
Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match.
Ага, 40 new
After
exceptional
that,
support
we want to
геймів.
talk about the slew of new Holy 10
Holy.
plus skills and supports,
І ще
as
нових
well as an
супортів
additional
кучі.
Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar.
Reliquarian
Next, we'll cover our new
Ascendancy, what?
supporter packs. And then lastly, have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game
Ну,
director
головне,
Mark,
що
as
супортер
well as
паки
game
будуть.
designer Octavian your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 a.m. NZT or 2 p.m. PST.
Wow.
So let's get started.
Let's
I'll hand
get
things over to Mark
started.
to introduce the new league.
Давай.
Hi,
Ай.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
Я не знаю.
In Path of Exile
This
Mirage,
is
you'll be
Mark Roberts
taking on the
suspicion.
Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must
Unbelievable.
fight your way past
Yay.
the Afarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marakith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn,
Wait, Varashta? Я
but she
знаю
needs
це
your
ім'я.
help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas.
Ага.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Тобто... Це як Delirium,
Varashta
тільки не
can
вони до нас, а
augment
ми
the
до них.
magic of the mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
Ага.
These
Ага.
wishes are modifiers that will apply to the mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes.
Potent, як скажеш.
There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the mirage to instead drop as other
Ну, коротше,
currencies.
всякі бафи і куренці
Or
бафи або
wishes
character
that will
бафи
spawn
будуть.
rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded
Groundwood, ну
enemies
це ж теж не
that
Groundwood,
convert their
це ж лузлі
equipment drops to
механіки, це не
gold.
про це не рахується.
And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the mirage,
Бронз, Жевел,
Such as
Кеш,
the
Апір,
wish for
Міраж,
souls,
Ере.
or
Плеєр
the wish for
і Ере,
godhood,
cannot die, окей.
which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies, or make you completely unkillable. While
Unkillable.
within the mirage, of course.
Unfucking believable.
Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn. The Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn,
Coin of Power,
Or
Coin of...
Border Gen.
А, це до босів, типу, інвайти
Depending on
будуть
the sigil
дропатися?
chosen, monsters within the affected mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies.
Навірно.
a coin of
Ні,
knowledge,
це даємо,
coin of
окей.
power, or coin of skill.
Окей, це прям
Each of these
холі.
coins can be used on a max-leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
Holy shit.
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have two imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Ага.
Choose what you wish
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
for you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Djinn. Shatter this chain to free the Djinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Djinn occupies in
То
Rayclast.
сундуки, есенції,
And it will
да-да-да.
copy almost anything,
Кажу, як
as
Деліріум.
long as it's within the domain of the Djinn.
Ну, все працює, що всередині цього.
Mirages created from an
В
in-game
радіусі.
map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and
Oh.
map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended
Blight?
again.
Відкрить легіон у міражі.
Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time. And everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated
звук
copies of
Dual
League
Strike,
mechanics,
прям.
however, have
Тінь,
been
тінь, тінь,
warped into
тук-тук-тук.
reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only
Powered
available when
monster.
doing that mechanic in the Mirage.
Опалесент, стронгбокс
For
якийсь новий.
example,
Хер. Ультиматум.
Ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool.
Ага.
Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles.
А, боже. Можна ні?
As a reward for these new threats,
А що за
Mirage
реворд?
Ultimatums can provide the new
Нові
Sinistral or
каталісти.
Dextral catalysts. These catalyze
Суфікси
jewelry
або
with increased
префікси?
effect of either prefix
О, Боже.
or suffix modifiers.
Олі молі.
As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage
Це взагалі що
has a
таке?
chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass.
Це
A
Settlers.
powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust.
Даст. Ну, добре.
Blight encounters
Nie, no dobra,
recreated
ale
in
dobra.
Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the
Нова база.
Cord Belt.
Build.
The implicit of this belt allows it to be
Can be
anointed,
anointed.
causing it to
Wait a
grant a
minute.
passive tree notable of your choosing.
Wait a minute.
As a
Overcrypt
quick
through the
note,
roof.
Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn.
Окей.
So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed
В
and
актах більше
rewarding.
контенту буде, щоб вони зробили, щоб він спавнився біля
Now, of
міража.
course, if you're traveling through Mirages,
Нові уніки.
encountering new
Хе-хе-хе.
enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Marraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such
Dot
artifact,
multi,
an ancient
poison.
and exquisite Marraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
Така дивна хрень.
However, Varushta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud
І що
to be
він зробить з ним?
transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form.
Крім того, що він
Flesh
здоровий.
Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder,
Ага.
the original Maraketh blade
Ignite,
that
reflect
radiates
on
with the
you.
glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you,
А, ну це,
which
коротше,
proliferates to nearby
чи в тайну
enemies
можна в
in a
руку дати
massive area.
замість фулкрума.
If you meddle with the affairs
І
of the
пролів
Afarud for
з
too
величезним
long,
АОЄ
you
вбудованим.
may draw the ire of the Mirage
Oh.
League's new in-game boss,
New Endgame Boss.
Suresh of the Weeping Black.
Мені анімація дуже
Suresh
смішна.
also has a set of powerful, exclusive items,
Діамонт Шрайн
Yours
і
for the taking.
Резіс Шрайн.
if you're able to defeat him.
Wait, так це
So
офігенно.
that's the Mirage League.
Якщо Bloodline взять, той, що
To face all
забирає
the new
фласки ще.
evils, you might want some righteous skills.
Hold the phone.
Some holy skills. In
Воно
328,
офігенно.
you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples.
With holy hammers, you slam the ground to call down
це
a
ми
hammer
бачили.
of justice from the sky.
І що тут?
If this hits an enemy, an additional holy hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade.
Поки є моби,
and so
воно буде
forth.
пригать. Поки є моби, воно пригає вперед.
Expending a power charge
Лемао.
when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers.
Чого?
Which can
Оцей
also
Трініті
cause
такий
cascading
колір має,
slams.
дивний.
The more numerous your foes, the
Коротше,
more
більше моби,
instruments
більше
of
АОЄ,
holy
більше
judgment.
оверлапу і всього дерьма. Holy shit. Ладно.
Sweep is an old skill.
Да,
In fact,
sweep
it
достатньо
is so
old.
old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some
Що вони
attention.
свіпом зробили? Давай.
With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep.
Holy
This
sweep.
skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning with shiny new effects to match.
Ага.
Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon
What the
forth
fuck
a
is this?
floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with
Міньйони.
Holy Strike themselves whenever you do.
Окей, це міньйони.
These holy
Розчарування.
armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield.
Не знаю,
Additional
ладно.
cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby
окей.
allies
Так
when you
цікавіше
hit with the
виглядає.
skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield.
Ці темпларовські скіли, які міньйони сумонять, мені трошки не подобаються, я не люблю
A
міньйонів.
few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hello supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff,
О боже,
Hallowing
знову
Flame.
міньйон якийсь.
Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage. But only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame
Я
are
вже
able to
запутався, що
consume
він
it.
говорить, чесно.
Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive
Я,
playstyle with your army of
ні, я
holy
вже не
sentinels.
супорт. Я вже
Or
все.
friends,
Ренце, мегалов.
when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels,
Клас, окей.
and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
Не. О, Гвардіан. Я чесно прослухав, що це робить Halloween Flame.
We also
що
have another
пофіг,
batch of
потім
new
буду дивитися.
transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously
Баф
had
на
none.
дамаг для тімейтів самонів, ну,
One
useless.
example is the Shockwave
Oh,
Totem
sure.
of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location
Huh?
instead of its own.
Не впевнений, ні,
You
навірно.
might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so,
Окей.
This
Що?
gives you a mobile storm of destruction
What?
that
Ну,
follows
може
you as
щось,
you dive
ладно.
into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
Кучка трансфігурат скілів, нічого.
Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta.
Shake
So we've
up
done
the
a
meta,
bunch of
nice.
balance adjustments to a few other things as well,
Хе-хе-хе.
such as a pass on bloodline classes,
Bloodline там подергали щось.
expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive
Тобто вони
tree,
темпларів в цій
and
патч
various improvements to
дергали.
existing holy theme skills such as static strike,
О, вони статік страйк бахнули, так він і так був прикольний.
holy flame totem,
Може я статік страйкать буду?
and dominating blow.
Don't blow, holy shit. Окей.
We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden.
Ворден. Вейт, вони щось зробили Ворденом. Тихо. Я потім хочу дивитися.
Speaking of ascendancies, let's
Сіонка.
talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian ascendancy class.
Новий Асцендес, і в цьонки
For
буде два
those that have
Асцендесі?
played the Legacy
Нічого
of
собі, я
Freshia
думав
events,
замінить.
this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has
Okay.
studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor.
О боже.
Victario's influence increases the
Два
level of all
аура
your
скилли.
auras and
Okay.
gives them a much larger area of effect. Or
Looking,
instead,
yeah.
take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance
Oh,
against
так
incoming
є.
hits.
Дивне, але
Next,
допустим.
pick from a unique weapon power. Widow
Що
Hail
інкрес...
greatly
Вейт, так це
increases
ж
the bonuses
холі
gained from your
цьому, як
quiver.
йому, Квіверу, який
Or
за стати.
Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical
Ага.
strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main
Як же
hand
не стараються
weapons.
не навести на нічого зайвого, щоб показати тільки
Lastly,
те, що хочуть.
pick your crown jewel, a unique jewelry power.
Ага. Мейт
Astral
Влад.
Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from
прикольно.
yourself.
Ну, коротше, це
Or take Astromentus, simply
Casual
giving you a
60
huge
атрибутів.
boost to all your
атрибут
attributes.
стакер, якщо з тим Квівером, це прям
Due to all
стіонка.
the ways you can
Виглядає
mix
як
and
щось.
match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game.
Цікаво. Надо буде дивитися, що
Our
вони там
plan
буде.
going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class.
Right.
And between
Тобто
each
вони його
expansion,
кожен раз
the
будуть
unique
дергати
powers which
нові
are
уніки.
offered will change.
Смішно.
If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one.
Ага.
Time to move on to the end game.
Endgame. Хе-хе-хе. Давай. Що за
With
скіл?
this
Dark Pact.
expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players
Це
new
Dark Pact був.
experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks.
Yep, допустим.
Extensive changes will be coming to the
Extensive.
Atlas and how you engage with maps,
Прям екстенсив.
without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
Давай.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story,
Зана, Кірак.
how she helped
Да.
defeat the Elder,
Лоре.
tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas,
Fucking
and faced
конкверери.
new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward, to destroy the
Дестрой
Atlas.
Атлас, правильно.
Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane.
Да.
27 expansions ago,
Holy
back in
shit,
Path of
це давно
Exile
було.
3.1.0, The War for the Atlas,
Блін.
we had a mechanic on the
Strange,
Atlas
прям
where the
мене
Shaper
щас.
and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions.
We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
Ну давай.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas.
Huh?
As an example, instead of having a Mesa map,
Ah,
you will now
це
find,
споє два.
say, a tier 10 map.
А, окей.
To
І
open
ми
a
його
Mesa map
в атлас
now, just
засовуємо.
locate and
Окей.
select Mesa on your atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
Допустим.
That Mesa may drop a tier 11 map.
Окей.
You can then immediately return to your map device, which will
Тобто
default to
connected
the
мапи
last
більше не
map run,
будуть? Окей.
and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
Допустим.
This is one of the many benefits to this change,
UI
which
трошки
is that if
якийсь
you're the type
карявий
of player who
виглядає, не знаю.
enjoys chaining the same map over and over,
Чесно.
or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice.
Ну ладно, допустим.
For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency.
Що це
Up
за...
until
Я
now,
пальцем
this would
показував.
have
Що це за
required
унікальна
having some
мапа, я не
Mesa
поняв.
maps
Ладно.
stashed, setting all your favorite maps to
UI
Mesa,
виглядає прям
or doing
так
a
собі.
whole bunch
Ну
of
ладно.
trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas has changed.
Да, ми знов в
If you
центрі.
haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after.
А що це по краям? А, унікальні якісь, що?
You will now begin at the center of the atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the atlas.
А,
So you
окей.
can see everything
А,
available in
це
the
ці, я
endgame
поняв,
as you
все.
reveal
Да.
the fog of war.
Боси, карти, всяка фігня показується на
This
атласі.
also means that all unique maps are now present on the atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league.
Або
You
Grandmaster,
now
да.
gain 1 atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10.
Окей.
Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places,
Oh,
and actually, you
більше,
can get
да.
more than before.
Більше поінту чуть-чуть там було. Я забув
Due
скільки.
to Zana's actions,
Так, що?
Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery,
Окей.
arcane astrolabes.
Астролябі. Астроляб.
Zana
Були?
is currently traversing
Bleh.
the threads that weave the atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it.
І що
There are
далі?
many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
Окей.
For example,
Коротше,
an
не
abyssal
досекстанти.
region, which causes all the maps to have
Типа
an additional
ресекстанти.
abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Логічно.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier.
Кожна наступна бафається.
This
Прикольно.
means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense. With the relevant mechanic getting more
Там
and
прям
more
багато
juiced.
слів уже. Багато рядків.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps,
Vult.
once you have successfully rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific
Insane.
quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward.
Там тайпи реворди у різних ультах
One such
різні,
vault
окей.
is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be
батарейка.
rewarded with powerful unique
Чому ні?
items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Вау. Дівай не тінькнув, що за...
This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again,
Окей.
the synthesized stability
Це
keystone on the
ні.
Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy
чого так
tips and
багато
tricks
ось цих
for quickly
шукнув?
navigating the new atlas.
Ладно.
When using the map device, the atlas defaults to your previously run map. So running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your atlas to that location
логично.
with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items,
Pixel
such as to fight at
Sacrifice.
Zeri
Це
or open
Pixel
the domain
Sacrifice,
of
бо я думав,
timeless
що це за унік
conflict,
мапа нова.
if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
Окей.
That's the
Quality
core of
of
the new
life.
endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28.
Що ще?
Let's blast through them.
Давай. Blast me.
Over the
Delirium.
last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize
А
busy
фільтр
work
можна?
so you can spend more time doing what you love. Killing monsters and
Це
getting
вони
loot.
роблять, що дивіться
To
луки.
that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
Вони реально роблять.
We've removed cartographer's chisels
Вони
and
чизелів
map device
забрали.
crafts entirely.
А крафти
The loss
забрали,
of
окей.
content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
Окей, ну все, понерфіну. Fucking
Voidstones now grant special
О,
global
Боже.
bonuses while socketed on your
Олі,
atlas,
Voidstone, багато букв знову мають.
including adding the new Originator Voidstone,
Новий
which
Voidstone.
enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll
Що?
elaborate more on that in the next section.
Окей.
T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed.
Ну
The
ладно.
bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on originator maps have been removed or replaced.
Окей.
No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically.
Це добре. Ці моди були такі, трошки
Petal skills
кенсел.
in originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
Окей, скіли забрали, бо вони каряві були, і вони сказали, ми
Memory
не хочемо
tears,
фіксити.
instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an
Що там,
itemized
Юті,
version
все
of that
погано,
thread,
не
allowing you
огонь.
to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks.
What the fuck is this? Logbook 4 implicit,
And for
окей.
those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the
Exceptional Rogue
Exceptional
Exile.
will place a true antagonist-level Rogue
я
Exile
боюсь
threat
його.
in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp,
What the fuck?
possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this Exile is not to be trifled with.
Ну ладно. Смішно. Цікаво, скільки там СПУ буде в ньому.
Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond
всі
bosses to
боси
appear
вилазять.
when a
Прикольно.
Beyond boss would spawn in your map.
Це ці рідкі скараби, скоріше за все, будуть, які
On
все
top of
одно я не
that,
побачу, але
we've
пофіг.
made improvements
Весело.
to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives,
Да?
such as Pillage and Plunder, which now
Fractured
grants a chance
Veiled
for items
modifier.
dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod.
Ні?
Check out the new The Paths
Я його
Not
перенести
Taken
на хорошу
keystone,
базу хочу.
which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery.
Не знаю,
And
дивна
last,
хрень.
but not least, we've also made some changes to
О,
King's March
King's
shipping,
March.
such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore
О, сьогодні
and
хтось
crops.
говорив це. Actually, цю
I
пропозицію
wonder
хтось
what
сьогодні
this new
робив.
port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources,
Ну, ладно.
and you can even re-roll them for gold
What the fuck?
if they're not
Окей.
offering what you're after.
Ти не забачив. Ну, таке, да.
Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts,
Yeah.
making it easier to target the ones you want.
Коротше, вони його
Not
бафають.
to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts
О,
for you
нові
to get your
руни.
hands
Це
on,
цікаво.
such as the Rune Graft of Fury,
3 рейдж, when
which
you use
causes you
life
to
loss.
gain rage on using a life flask,
Звучить так собі.
and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration.
Прикольно. Окей, це прикольно.
We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of fear, neglect, and dread, you will obtain the originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler
Well,
Awakened
fuck
supports,
you.
which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life.
Окей.
One of the goals here is to
Kader.
provide interesting build
Okay,
choices,
40 Kadera.
even at later levels
No ładnie.
and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong.
Fantastic.
If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before.
Ну, це треба не
So,
дивитися, що вони будуть
how many
робити.
are there,
Коротше,
and what exactly do they do?
замість
There are
Awakened
over
супортів будуть
40
кучка
new
нових
exceptional
супортів.
supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may
скільки
otherwise have
було
felt not as
Awakened, я не
worthwhile to
знаю.
run,
То що
giving
цих буде
players
40,
extra
я без
reason to
поняття.
take on those challenges.
Ясно. Привіт,
For
пока.
instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy
The fuck
cursed
is
ground,
this?
which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage.
Жаби.
From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over
Виглядає
time,
страшно.
detonating as you approach for massive damage.
Але плейстайл теж страшний. Ну
Defeating the
ладно.
incarnation
Oh,
of
боже,
neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for
Okay.
stacking mana to enhance your spells
За ману
with
cold
extraordinary
damage.
cold damage.
Окей.
We'll tease some more
Там
of
не
these
затримка,
before
тобі треба
launch,
наступити в
but
нього,
there
щоб
will
воно
be
взорвалось.
many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters.
Да? Ну ладно.
In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear.
Ну,
In
да,
order
є
to
таке,
prevent
але
that,
добре.
walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
Окей. Ну, добре.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause.
FPS якось
Hives
мені норм
and
було,
their
не знаю.
walls are now smaller.
Ну ладно.
To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've
Дорого
added a
більше вже
new
не буде,
Atlas
вони
passive
сказали
which
вже, да.
drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows,
Коротше, можна
causing
простіше
them to
буде.
reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls.
Простіше буде хайвить, якщо хочеш.
For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive
А
encounters
повністю блочить? Я думав, буде
unstable
шанси тільки
breaches,
робити
if you
буде.
want.
Окей.
Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start.
Ну, добре.
So now,
Добре.
each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus.
Окей. Ну, це як
Speaking of
старі.
Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty.
Да,
Here are
добре.
a few examples.
Давай.
The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional
Добре.
unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or high fortress,
Ну
while
ладно.
the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the
Okay.
difficulty and
Цікаво.
reward from Hive
На
monsters
скільки їх
in all
enrage'ить можна?
subsequent waves.
Ну, це як інші ті супорти. Дивіться, є
Graft
таке
items
теж.
will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports. Such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill.
Тобі до сраки, мені ні.
And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them.
Дуже дивні скіли, ладно. Це треба дивитися і думати
We're
сильно
looking forward to
на
seeing
них.
how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn,
Lore.
and its Breachlords in the future.
In the future.
That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot.
Да.
From a new
lot.
in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life.
О, Боже.
So let's get
це
into that
ці
now.
3 минути, які ми вже
You can
бачили,
now
буде на повторі.
favorite trades on the
Окей.
currency exchange.
Для тих, хто не бачив,
This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
коротше, як завжди, багато слів,
A further
виглядає
improvement to
прикольно,
the
але
currency
треба
exchange
пощупати,
is the
щоб
ability to
подивитися, чи
open and
прикольно.
interact with your stash while you have the exchange
Наскільки це
window
прикольно.
open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards,
обдівайся,
it will
крафтів нема.
automatically
Тебе
be
є
handed in to become
недосекстантиці,
the resultant item.
які, типу,
If you
бафають
then
карти, і
turn in
тобі
another
замість
set
секстанти вони...
immediately,
Ой,
the
замість
reward from
мап
the previous set will be
крафту.
transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do
Наскільки я
so.
зрозумів.
Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random
craft,
transfigured
insane.
gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd
Jak
like to
skażesz.
receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies and find it extremely difficult to click?
Знаю, да. Все одно все ще буду, думаю,
Shrines now
забувати,
take
але
priority
може
over
чуть
monsters
покраще
when
буде.
clicking in an area they overlap.
Щось краще, ніж нічого.
Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
Puzzles. Да.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our
Supporter
new
paki,
supporter packs.
PogChamp.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom
Окей.
and Iron Incarcerator packs.
Смішний
Each
портал.
tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or
Торник буде
progression in
падать.
any
Ні, не
way.
буде.
The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7
Косплея
exclusive
2 хайдал.
microtransactions.
А я не дивлюсь. Наверно.
The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just
Окей.
hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off.
Окей.
The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher
Циферки
effect summons an
рахуються.
ancient
Овчам.
scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold.
Ох уж ці
Most
рахування
exiles would
циферок.
struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar.
Я думаю, що
Any
це тут
expert
робиться,
curator
намагаюся
knows that
осознати.
scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly
Я
after.
думаю, буде працювати, якщо схиля не
It also features a
пакувати.
series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your scroll shaper familiar pet to follow
Понятно, що
alongside
хз, як
you.
буде гратися, але
This creature
цікаво,
is formed
весело,
from
нове щось.
folded magical texts and can
Будемо дивитися.
shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox
Цих нових
and then
супортів
even
куча,
burn
я
away,
прям... Да, це треба буде
reforming
дивитися.
into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains
ці
6
хайдаути.
exclusive microtransactions.
Це мап-девайс такий, боже. Не.
The Incarcerator's Restraints back
тиждень
attachment
розберемося.
features stockades
Може.
that were used to immobilize prisoners
Може і ні.
by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the
Боже,
chains of
це
the
якийсь
Incarcerator
MTX,
weapon
ну не
effect.
MTX, це навіть Юріаль Чест просто. І шапка.
These chains shatter into
якось
links as
прямо.
you batter enemies.
Цей дуеліст виглядає дуже...
Make your way through
дуже.
Red Class as a
Окей.
walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber.
А може ні?
It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize
Wow.
and control the
Cute.
toughest of minds.
Похчамп, наверно.
Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster.
Знову
You
рахує
can choose to
циферки.
pin an
Якась
execution
фігня.
session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
Path of Exile 2.
Thank
Ну
you
все,
so much
логін.
for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch
Так є вже
notes
така
for
фігня,
Path
яка
of
рахує
Exile
мобу на
Mirage
карті, якщо що.
at 11 a.m. New Zealand time, 2
По-моєму.
p.m. Pacific.
Я не
With
пам'ятаю,
release
що
at
то.
the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Q&A.
Keep an eye on the news.
Анонсінг. А я думаю, тут вже буде. Цей. Мірагі? Ні, не сюди. Я думаю, тут буде вже ця хрень, ну ладно. Не, да, я починати і не буду сьогодні. Це я думав подивитися хоча б сторінку анонсу. Ні, ну я думав, сторінка анонсу сама буде. Починати то після це завжди, так. Да. Але мені здавалося, що сторінка анонсу це буде. Ну ладно. А, тут дають тільки Get Your Supporter Pack. Get Your Ready. Ну, завтра будемо зранку починати дивитися. О, як завжди у них звук прям. Nice звук.
2 hour, 3 hours, we'll see where things take us, especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah,
Small indie company, yep.
Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And
Hello.
What brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later probably, but the teams between PoE 1 and PoE 2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. You know, there's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE 1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, you know, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. You know, it's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every whatever 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for, you know, PoE 1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
We need a longer couch.
You know, we'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, you know, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and you know, pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, you know, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, yeah, with Octavian's, you know, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, you know, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you know, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, you know, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, you know, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, you know, with Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, like, I mean, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and yeah, it's just it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me, you know. I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win. And yeah, first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, like for sure. Like for if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, you know. And good, it's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and you know, hopefully you are too.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff from what I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well. Like and Andrew too as well, right? Like it's players become QA, become game designers, become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like that's it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like
yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, I still you know play every expansion for you know not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day. But I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. You know, I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, you know. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything. Nothing's making it through my filter right now. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glaciers, get legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like, you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles which have that kind of like preordained feelings that's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight away, which is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem. It's taking away this problem. But look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally. What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment, memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh yeah, that's already been done.
There you go. Nice. Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has yes. So it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, ancient drop pool.
We're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously, by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. it's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something, you know? These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation. And, you know, the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem, you know? Don't freaking... And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, you know, less appreciated because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. You know, and so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up. I guess.
This idea that like, oh, yeah, there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea.
Я не знаю, наскільки тут багато документів вийде, щоб це ворс морочій голову.
So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, that, you know, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That's now going, that weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor, it's just more of the garbage is turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive rarity
білдом граєш, ти може їх не багато тратиш, якщо ти не
some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this was 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis? When like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out.
Ні, ну так я ж не кажу, що це неможливо, блін.
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's a difference between like economic changes and
definitely
things that you
I agree. It is definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. You know, there's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is,
Ну, ти ж критовим білдом, мабуть, будеш, якщо
you
ти вже
know,
Power
often
Charge
what you can
маєш.
do is you can add
Ну да,
something that
дефолтно
is
саме
more
більше
for your
демеджу.
average player
Це
doing your
факт.
average regular
Але
map.
тут
And
є
then
свої
that
приколи, що може і на
once
оверлапити буде,
multiplied
я
by
не знаю.
every single league thing ends
Оці
up
там
being
АОЄшки,
just
типу.
more and more for the top end, and then
Якось.
it's a bit of a rich get richer
Якщо там достатньо
situation, and
АОЄ
you didn't
будуть, і
end
ще
up
щось, я не
necessarily
знаю.
even benefiting that person. You in fact
Ну,
made them
виглядало
now
як
feel worse
може
from an
там
economic
десь
standpoint.
оверлапиться чуть-чуть.
So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there, but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you
skill.
might, you know, overcook the nerf,
ще
you
інший
might
skill.
overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. So I'm like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. I was like, all right.
Ну і тут ще 20 мора демеджу на ньому
We'll
написано, так
do the safe stuff that we
якщо ти
know
Power Charge
that's high
тратиш,
impact
то
and
це
going to help people now
виходить
more than anything, and then we'll
спочатку
keep
100 мора,
looking
це
at this stuff. So
440,
I
а
would
потім ще
expect more
20 мора,
changes.
це 500 чимось.
Again, I would,
По
depending on
демеджу
what they
виглядає як
are,
просто нормальний
mid-league,
слем.
again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league.
Якщо ти Power
Like,
Charge
that's a
маєш.
last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a
that's
bunch of
actually
people's
lowest
current
skill.
economic wealth,
Який
that's
наносить
good.
кількість
But
демеджу.
look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like that's the important thing. Like often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost, because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like it's really
А, і то не
important
сказали,
that,
що це
and it's
міньйони.
obviously a
Тут ніде не
responsibility on
написано, що
our
це
end
не
to make sure
міньйони.
we go,
Чи
okay,
написано
this is still a
SCP?
problem. It's not
We
like
can
just
check-
because.
We can check in HQ&A on this one. for sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
it's like
Великий
from
слем.
the
Ну,
review.
це
I think
візуально
it'd be good if you can
прикольний
get,
слем
like,
з
you know,
хорошим
the
АОЄ
younger
дуже.
players, like, to
Виглядає.
a situation where they can
Я
get 2 chaos
не
through
проти,
together.
я...
But I think like an
я хочу
interesting
ним пограти,
situation
давай
is
так.
that you can kind of stack all of
Це не
this
світ, а я
juicing
думав,
stuff
ну це
into
холі
juicing
світ,
the
да,
normal
це
content
світ
about the
скіл,
monsters.
ось.
And
Холі світ,
can't
це його
really, like,
перейменували,
scale it,
ну
or
світ,
the
холі
scaling
світ
has not really any
перейменували.
impact on that. It's
І
like
сказали,
something
що
to do with,
сумонить
like, it
все.
might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh well, through all these
So,
scarabs and atlas
wait, я
stuff,
думав, то світ міньйони
juiced
був.
these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you get
Ну ладно, я
how
перепутав
do you
щось.
make it able to
Окей.
scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging
Ну ладно,
and
нормально.
rewarding?
Я
'Cause,
може
like,
щось запутався,
Affliction's
тут
various
нічого не
issues
написано.
aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really
Ну, світ
rewarding.
може
and
бути
that was
веселим,
actually
actually.
like a cool thing that
Правда,
maybe needs to be in the game somewhere.
непонятно,
Maybe
чи
it
демедж
was-
буде
You
веселий,
see a lot of
але
this thing with the difficulty
70-та скіда
scaling,
трошки сумно
where you
виглядає.
get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of
Коротше,
both, I guess.
You do need a bit
Холі
of
Ханна мені
both.
actually достатньо забавно
It's
виглядає,
never going to be
чесно.
perfect.
Бачу.
You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as
Мапінг
possible.
новий.
And or there are many options for these things,
Так,
right?
чи видатно.
If we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
We do,
Анонс
yeah,
передивлюється.
100%.
basic monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big
Вони все
no
ще
speed
про граунд
notables
там
on that.
втирають.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
The hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs
Okay.
there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where
Paradise
like
мапкою?
we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but
Я не знаю, як це буде
don't have
працювати.
it
This is
in the next
obviously
week.
like this is like another league situation here, but I wonder
Чи
if
він
there's
буде
like
падати чи
this
ні?
needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah,
keyword
what
to,
we
like,
do-
something like that.
natural inhabitants is
Natural
what we currently
inhabitants,
call
there
them.
you go,
Yes.
We do have that as a concept, yeah. It's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in
Yeah,
there.
that's
But then
something to play
you
with,
also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know? So again, little bit of a fine
це
balance.
це просто
because
секстанти.
otherwise you're going to start the
Чи
ebb
memory
or the
chain,
flow
чи
on the
щось
other
таке.
side, and now all of a sudden
То, що ти
it's like,
проходиш
there's
карту,
no
наступні
point adding any
бафаються.
leagues to my area.
So,
you
I mean,
know?
some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for
Sure,
example. Like,
100%, yes.
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. They'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-light loot
Белт
tiled,
якийсь
but
та
still kind of
скрита
like
робить, я прям на
randomized
нього
monster stuff,
подивився і
which is
такий,
pretty cool.
окей.
Well, as you can see though, also
І
we've just done a
разом з
lot of
бладлайном,
changes,
які
especially
additional
to
рінги,
existing
якщо в тебе
systems. Like,
немає класу.
we're not
цих
afraid
утилітів.
of, I mean,
І
Items a
поїхав.
bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up.
Він
You know,
взагалі
but we're
виглядає
not,
достатньо дуже
Octavian's
сильно
not too
прикольним,
afraid, it seems, to be
чесно
able to
кажучи.
suggest the crazy things that we...
Fresh blood, bit of
Достатньо дуже сильно прикольним він мені виглядає.
That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't.
Марк,
So we'll just keep
Octavian,
doing it, but
що це були про... Ну, і
No,
тут,
it's
мабуть,
exciting.
третій, ну, казали, що міг теоретично
now
третій
is the
світ.
time. I really love these conversations in this point
Що вони, типу,
because
втрьох роблять
now is
ліги,
the
зараз в
time
основному.
when like we don't plan stuff
Як,
so,
типу,
so far in advance.
в індусі.
Hopefully people know that by
І що
now.
вони
We
всі
stay
три просто
dynamic, we
були
stay
гравцями
agile
Хої,
with
які
that
прийшли
stuff.
працювати в ГГ.
Right now
А що ці
is
вже
when
немає.
we're discussing what are we doing for 329? What are our major headliners?
Yeah,
what are
that-
our minor headliners? And
Там буде
I
релиці
say that's
якісь
not like
шайни.
the week
Якщо
before
можливо,
this one
да.
releases, it's like usually it's like
І ще може крутіше бути.
yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems? Our tier
Я про
2
це навіть не
problems?
думав,
What are
чесно
the things we
кажучи.
want to achieve? Not and
Ну,
so.
Дівайн не думаю,
you know.
що буде.
The hardest part is I've already got some
Charge
stuff
я
that I
теж
really want to do in
сумніваюсь, що буде.
329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the
А
Q&A.
якщо там
I'm
буде
like,
Acceleration,
can't tell me
шайн,
this right before the
холі.
Q&A, and I'm
Але
not
я
gonna talk
сумніваюсь.
about it. Like,
Але може, ну хоча б Діамонт
come
дали.
on. I really want to bring
Yeah,
that
but
up.
now
I'm
you
like,
have
Вейт, так вони,
4
якщо
months
він
of
буде,
prep
ну,
for
воно
the
там реально
next
буде
Q&A.
ролиці, і
Oh,
навіть
yeah,
бейс
I'm
шрайни,
ready,
якщо
but my
будуть
question's
ролити,
ready
там
for
буде
that
окей.
topic. Well, but wait a while on that one though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent.
Окей.
It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters.
Блін,
That was
до
obviously
мене
really
дошло
problematic when
Diamond
it was first
Shrine.
implemented because it was associated with
Експлоди будуть
Arch Nemesis
100% шанс
monsters, and it
відтамити
had
з
like
Diamond
killing other
Shrine.
fishing stuff.
Твої,
You
будь-які
guys
експлоди.
solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a
What
loot
the
tile
fuck?
mechanic,
Я
in the
чим більше
sense that
думаю
it's
про той
like
пояс, тим більше мені
making a
Broken
specific
виглядає.
drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's I
Я
think
прям
loot conversion,
щось...
so for those who are
Щось
unfamiliar,
прямо
I'm talking about this
щось,
is,
я не знаю.
occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising and
Ну,
weird and like
наверно, там будуть
surprising
ці
loot
два,
drops.
типу, два
Spike
рядка
moments.
дівайнів,
Yeah,
я думаю.
those are the things you
Оці
remember.
шрайни.
Like, yeah, I remember
We
the
need-
first
Дімон
time I saw,
сказав,
like,
да, реально,
you know,
воно ж
they
так і
all got
буде.
changed into currency.
Ну,
or
коротше,
they all
той
got
пояс
changed into
виглядає
maps or
як якийсь
some
прям...
weird other
That
thing
was,
happened.
that was
No.
another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type
Yeah.
of a unique of a skin
Anymore.
and base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a
Yeah.
bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. Up to, so that's what I mean, too many games for 328.
Ладно.
We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. So,
Oh, okay.
you know, at least they'll be more spiky
пояси є
again, but not what they
поламані,
once were.
окей.
What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That
Там
being said,
Марк каже,
it's
ну ми
important that there are those crazy spike
говорить про
moments,
наступний
and if
патч
there aren't
поєдинок,
enough,
такий каже,
like, that
ну ми
might
в
not be enough, then we
0.5.0,
have to
це який наступний
add
патч
more.
по 2 буде,
It's
такий вейт,
important
такий
that there's variety of
0.5.0,
them
не та
too.
гра.
You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know,
не
care
туди.
about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set.
Oh, yeah.
And like that's the trick
Так,
that as
що це
game
таке?
designers you're trying
А
to
то
play
я
on
дивлюсь на
people.
цей
And
екран
it's
вже
not
5
an easy trick to
хвилин,
play.
заговорився.
And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink
that's a
that
good
might
fun.
occur
Oh, yeah.
in the form
Juicy.
of the fracture orb.
And I'm not
Yeah, but we
picking it
want
up in
more
splinter
giga
form.
tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
You want
just
this thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are
Right.
like, I don't know how to deal with
It's
this.
just like,
А
yeah,
як
the
Enlighten
unexpected,
тепер
the
зветься,
weird, that's the thing
Enhancing
that I want
Power?
to really drive home.
Бо
Like,
що
I want
раніше
you guys to come
Enlighten
up with like
exceptional був.
10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that
that's
is
one of my
like
favorite. Like
after
if,
10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to
Кого
try and
прибрали
find some,
Enhancing Power?
you know, strange corner of the
Я
economy that I
прослухаю,
could
що це
leverage.
так.
And I want to add
Ну,
more
я
of that.
щас буду
yeah.
We
дивитися.
will.
ще.
It's on the mind for sure.
Почекайте, я слухаю,
Hopefully
що
by
вони там говорять
329 we've
паралельно.
got a good set of
Інколи
that.
прислухаюсь.
Potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of weird
but
explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then,
That's
when
okay.
doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
Map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both. Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each. Who knows?
dare you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know.
Він гірший.
Who knows?
Ну, ладно, ситуативно, але багатьом білдам він гірший. Ну, що? Ти думаєш,
It's all
окремі
good. We'll
ще
get
є?
there
Я надіюсь,
100%.
що є.
I have no lack of confidence in that
Мені
factor.
це не
like, for
подобається,
sure.
якщо
So-
цей буде замісний.
So you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense. That like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that. But I think over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly. Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, you know, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, you know, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, you know, with all the different leagues.
But a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there, it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not so really, it's not really though, is it?
Right?
No.
The swap is sort of mental health address.
Yeah.
Because like, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel optional, right? Because you're making gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining, where it's like, someone's like, oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them. I'm like, oh, that's just tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now, and what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
There you go. That's probably part of the solution.
Я навіть не пам'ятаю, що банери в цій грі роблять уже, чесно.
Yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this.
Yeah, like I like it, honestly. I enjoy looking and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the dark patterns there.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
The issue.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you know, you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. You know, that's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself. TBD, but we'll just have to see how these the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah, it's like it seems
Але
like
можна просто взяти шапку, яка тебе блінкає туди, куди ти стріляєш, і типу ти пів, і ти там, і воно взривається. Там там стільки на демеджа буде робити.
I'm interested to see how much change the
Ну, шапка прокає скіла, ти в нього стріляєш.
Where rewards come from ports, made them more specific. It was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there. But now it seems like actually maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you send more.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that was it called quota? Like, the port wants a certain
resources.
That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also reroll that.
It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
Ну, я не бачу
that is a
інтеракції з
system that was
Елдера за
intended
цим
to
супортом.
promote that you vary the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that.
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have, you know, a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want. You know, and there's choice within that, and that's great, but yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well, so, make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all?
Come on. Думаю, ні.
I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
It
devalues that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of. But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something.
Не понял.
Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Я прямо конфьюз, да, як,
didn't we
я не
do
хочу, чи
that at
хочу?
some point? I
I
swear.
I feel like it.
Don't we have the
Ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't. happen, or-
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I
я не
was
розумію.
under the impression that we intended for that to not be the
Мапи
case.
конвертяться в
Like, I
Valdo.
thought we had solved this in the past, but
Добре.
like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like,
many
under the
changes.
impression
I'm
it
like,
was like,
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago?
Giga
I'm
map.
just like, I swear.
yeah, that question. I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So it's like I thought you guys
The perils of continual development.
I'm
Random
gonna go
mark.
look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss
так
specific
це ж,
reliquary
типа,
keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one
Як тір
doesn't
17,
because
тільки вони тепер
we
тір
didn't
16.
we didn't want them to give the boss
Tier
uniques and
16?
thus I don't know.
Да.
The question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one and say.
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Because again, whatever. I'm pretty. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be
like,
good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be
17
long-term
все.
memory at
Ну,
this
тепер
point.
буде
But
оце.
all good.
The final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on.
Ні, я не думаю, що це
for
буде на
today
всіх тірах таке, бо
is,
це з нього падає
rare
фрагмент на
eardrops
Убера.
That just ultimately.
Да, я думаю, що блінкару буде оцей прокать, бо ну, ти ж попадаєш туди.
They're either very
Просто
rarely
блінкару є
good, or they
кулдаун,
just aren't even
непонятно,
able
скільки
to
воно
be good.
дамажить
It's
ця
not
хрень.
physically possible for them to be
Я думаю, що
competitive
блінкару буде
in many
працювати.
cases outside of some things like energy shield.
Я не
gear
думаю,
or
що у нього буде стільки
pressure
демеджу
gear or
цього
whatever.
супорту,
There
щоб
are
ти
some guys
блінкару
who's like,
міг з
you can
кулдауном
never
грати.
compete with like
Мені так здається. Просто як
influence
ним, типу.
modifiers or other random like
Але я кажу,
where you can jam things
моя
together.
ідея шапку взяти, яка всі ставить туди
It's the
лайтінг
sort of
гор,
stuff players
і
can make
просто
via
робить
crafting and
пів-пів.
other systems. So
І туди
I have a
блінкація
few
зразу
kind of
всередину.
questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, man, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like,
It's just
how we
like
make
the cluster is
rares
not similar.
matter. I'm curious first, why isn't the tier
Я не
system
знаю,
being
чого
used
ні.
in Path of Exile 1 for
Ну, може
rare
трохи
drops?
більше
Sort of
розпинатися.
The memory.
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Про що вони говорять?
Which
Я послухав.
I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through, and the memory strands
Я
was
не
our
замітив,
kind of
щоб
way of
кластери
trying to
дешевше
achieve
стоїли,
that.
ніж колись.
And as I said, it didn't hit the
Чесно.
mark for sure, and so we're
Все
now
ще
trying
так
to
хороші
make it
кластери
better.
стоїли
But
кучку дівайної бази.
and I understand that that's
Але я не
like,
сильно уважний
they're
до
from
цього був.
originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when the stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like,
Їх ніколи не фармили тільки всі
we
мобі.
don't want to also just be like flooding
вони
the
падають і
ground.
на
You know, how much people
4-16
can
теж.
juice. You don't want to just be now
Вони
just
ставили менше
flooding the
коштів?
ground
Я не
with
замітив,
rare
але я не
items,
то, що
and
прям
it's just
сильно
like,
ними
oh my god, there's
користуюсь.
just too much
Так
stuff
собі.
everywhere, and I don't know, like,
I was
you
having
know.
a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that
So,
game
like-
mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's
Ромар
technically
був 20
right,
диванів.
but
Я ніколи не
The-
пам'ятаю його по 20 диванів. Я пам'ятаю,
We
коли ми
can
МФили, я його
solve
купляв по
that.
3 дивана.
But the
Тоді
discrepancy
17 не
between
було.
average map and pinnacle,
Ще,
right?
по-моєму,
We
коли ми
obviously then have
мефили,
to
я
assess
собі для себе купляв його по 3-4
how can you
дивана,
get, if
залежно
you
від
can
дій.
get 1,000 times more value out of your map.
І тоді ті 17 ще не
How do you
було.
then not go from 3 to 3,000
в
items?
останній лізі
And
було,
we
коли
need
ми
to
мефили,
address
але
that because like
до цього.
quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a,
Так що
again, there's
я
a
не
lot
знаю.
of like thinking about how that system can translate into that.
Борненка,
like-
да. Я щось
I
на
mean,
рівні
at
не
that point, the
читаю,
entire
говорю.
map would have to like kind of
So, я не
understand
пам'ятаю,
its
коли було
value of
20
items
диванів, може
already
колись і було.
dropped and then kind of
Ну,
stop.
до 17 вони вже
There's
були, ну,
something
по
kind
5.
of a bit
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I
it's
think
complicated about
я
it
в
that
цій
I
лізі
don't
купляв
know
його
how
по
to
3.
achieve.
tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if
yeah,
there is a
that's not-
world in which such a
Yeah,
thing
то
is
і сказав, що я не знаю.
like just for rares to kind of be like, I guess, rare ultimately, but
Це що?
not
А,
to
це
be
те, що міньони
just
сумані,
like not to be
тримайте в
ruthless
курсі.
in the sense
Sure,
of it being
no.
like an
Quality
item
of
scarcity
life.
situation, but just that like,
Blame
oh
your
man, if we're
recharge
dropping
on
500
March
rares and we're
6th.
not looking at them
А
through a
можна
filter,
щас?
then you know if those were rolled into 5 rares and you know
Well,
50 times better.
One of the things,
On average.
and again, this is something that was discussed and
нифига не
not going
понятно.
into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the genesis tree, and
і ви його
while it's being
понерфили,
rolled
да?
into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah, yeah,
Найс.
yeah.
I mean, while those windows are they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as
Бріч
well?
3 понерфлено
So then
крафтинг.
even
Питання то наскільки, але да.
That I guess would be how you compete, and that's what I'm
yeah,
curious
so
to see what
again,
that would look
again,
like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and
Порівняємо
everything
черепадло і це.
is,
Комусь
and,
більше буде подобатися це, комусь черепадло.
you know,
Порівняли,
messing
що
up the
далі.
economy in any drastic way. Be it stuff that we do on
не знаю,
accident.
що ти хочеш,
Sometimes
чесно.
we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess
І
it up.
навіть якщо там
If
більшості
we
буде
just make
подобатися
like,
черепадло,
if everyone's
є
just getting
кращі
like
інтекси, є
95th
гірші
percentile
інтекси.
items off the ground and like their
Нащо
first
ти?
tier
Я
1
не
map
знаю,
they
чесно, ти
run,
щось прям
you know,
якийсь...
you like,
Я бачу, ти там
the
писав,
entire
але
like
реагувати не
itemization of
бачу
the
толком на
in-game
це, але...
systems just down the
what the
drain.
fuck?
So like if we,
Ну тобі не
you know, that's
сподобалось,
an
добре.
extreme. That would assume we
Комусь іншому
mess up
сподобається.
bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in,
I
right?
believe in you. You guys have some
Типа-
experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into.
А чого я не можу дефати інтекс? Мені вони прикольно виглядали. Ну, та, мені черепадло теж було веселіше виглядало, але тут теж прикольні були.
Being something that grows over time with
Oh,
juicing.
I
so, like,
100% want
Я
to
не
do
знаю,
this.
ти якось прям для мене виглядає, як на рівному місці почав щось, а, ну все, факінг руїнять життя.
Items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being because the way
Тобі не
it is now
подобається, як
effectively is just more
не
items
купляй,
being converted into
тебе ніхто не
rares,
змушує.
Yeah, you get the
occasionally
cool thing
unique.
with them bosses because they have generally more
Прикольно.
inherent rarity, drop
Айдаут
better
виглядав
gear,
прикольно.
rares drop better
Це те, що
gear.
першого голову
You know,
приходить.
it's not always
Сетік той,
better,
що
but like, you know, the
цепах весь,
the
який
average is going to be
закручений, мені
significantly
прикольний був.
better. And
Не найкращий,
I
але
love that. I
прикольний.
actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
Okay, that's good to hear.
we'll just keep trying to get there.
Я не знаю.
So on the issue of like normal
Це те, що
rares
два
not really
сходу
even being
згадалось.
able to compete with like crafted influence, recombinated stuff, like part of Exile 1 is it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove
Девайс?
that.
Ну, девайс мені візуально не
the
подобається, але
question is then,
циферки
like,
рефай
how do
завжди
you make
весело.
rares
Візуально мені
compete with
девайс
that
не
stuff?
зайшов щось.
Obviously, like
Де
just having
брати на
more
апексі
world stuff
86-го
can
левела
work,
гір?
and maybe only for specific
знаю,
kind of
з бріча.
item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do.
А, цей портал,
Obviously,
який
talking about the
світок
memory
мені
strand,
сподобався,
kind of
прикольний
making
був.
the base matter, and I
Знову
quite
ж таки, я
like
люблю
quality items
базовий,
for
але
that
да, прикольний
point as
портал.
well. Is this something you
в цьому
think along
сеті.
these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in
Ти
general
кажеш
content?
так, я кажу так,
Maybe
просто
just seeing
ти...
the idea, if nothing else.
Я не знаю, я бачив твоїх повідомлень 10 штук уже
There
приблизно,
is
що все погано,
probably
факінг
stuff that's
МТХ
kinda hard
руїнять.
to think of
Щось там,
exact
я
things
перше повідомлення прям було взагалі брух
on
момент.
the spot.
Щось їх там заставляють погано
goes back to
робити,
your
чи що я
previous
щось не
comment
поняв
about,
там.
you
Я
know,
вже
trying to
забув.
make
І я
more,
прям
Yeah,
кажу, і
like,
чесно, що така
more
реакція
meaningful
сильна.
tinks,
Ну, тобі не
I
сподобалось,
guess.
окей.
Finding more axes to make
Сенсі
gear matter in a
гріша?
way
Ну,
that's
бріч для
different from a different
86
piece of
базовий, я не
gear
знаю, що ти
mattering
хочеш. Чи
is
ти про що?
like one of the most fundamentally difficult
Ну,
things
бріч,
in designing
дерево
an
дає
item-based game,
86
but
бази.
it is
У
also one of the
великій
most important.
кількості.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
That you want them to still feel
Дерево на
relatively
мапі, ні.
fundamental, and
Ну,
then you
дерево
craft
достається
all the crazy.
із механіки і мапи.
Which are at odds
Yeah,
again
that's
with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but you know, then there are those not using the item filters and not using different
Ти
types
маєш
of item filters, and now
граунд-лут,
there's
хочеш
just
питання,
this
звідки
insane
буде
complicated
86
web that
бази?
they might
Я
have
не
to deal
знаю,
with.
чи
So
буде.
you still want
Може
the
там буде
groundlet
якийсь
to
цей
ultimately
недосексант
feel
новий, який буде
fundamental,
робитися.
recognizable, and something not overly
Там буде.
complicated,
І що
and
ти це
then,
взяв?
you know, or the skill ceiling is what enables the
Ні,
complication
може й
of
буде,
like
я
the
не знаю,
knowledge,
але з чого ти це взяв?
what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So
Може я щось пропустив?
it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky, for sure.
Sure.
And
Щас з дерева ти отримаєш 86-го левела бази. Чого ти думаєш, що в наступній лізі буде не так?
Thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics has been, that's where you can let loose. So those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see now. Why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like perfect.
Там є нодики, які дають плюс 1 левел до шмотки і левела. І таких кучка.
Starting to want me to change topics.
you always start with
Може
the,
їх прибрали? Може, я не знаю, але поки були.
you always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
Of course,
feeling
100%.
like, oh,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk
Ну,
about it. Very
якщо
excited.
говорив там Дімон про
Excellent.
саме з мапи, як
The
достати
new league
86-го
that
левела
has
шмотки, я
been
не знаю, чи
showcased and
буде,
announced
без
here
поняття.
is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas.
Чи буде якийсь спосіб?
It
Може
seems like
буде, може ні. Так і
the
буде.
execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel. But it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like say a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it. And then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both on the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want a modifier from these two types.
Ти можеш собі скрафтити
If
мегаломаніак,
you're the luckiest man on earth.
який тобі хочеться.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that.
Okay.
I am excited about that.
And like
It's coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, you know, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, you know, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. It's exciting.
Я не проти, що я завжди за те, щоб
That's wicked. So, like,
рарність,
was
складніше
the
достати
initial
гір,
goal
цю
on the
фігню.
outside, or is just
Це
something
моя
happened
фіча,
kind
типу.
of on accident? This idea of making
Але
Mirage
я б
really,
хотів би, щоб з
like,
мап якийсь спосіб
interact
був
with
все-таки
and
це
amplify
робити.
the existing content in the game.
The very, very
А не
initial
тільки
goal
сторонніх
was
механік.
I like how
повертаючись, це почалося,
some of my
казав.
favorite designs for League
Я б хотів
mechanics
би,
are
щоб на
like
мапах це
Delirium,
якось було,
Affliction
але
and stuff like
час
that, even
як, я не
Sentinel to
знаю.
a degree where it's like it
that.
augments content. And I was
Yeah.
like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, you know, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, you know, because that's a good base, but you need a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra,
Коли
like, you
Delirium
know,
буде в
bells and
новій
whistles, I suppose.
механіці в
Yeah, it's
Міражі,
always just been kind of like,
там буде
it
дропатися
accidentally
куренсі,
kind of
яке дає
reduces
тобі
this other
поміняти
mechanic for whatever reason.
енчантну
So that is,
кластеру.
that's a whole
Ну,
new
типу,
level
мод,
there.
який він
It was interesting, so I
буде
played through like
робити.
the campaign with this League, and
Оце що,
it almost felt like
Elemental
some sort
Damage
of, like,
поміняти на
best
Cold
of
Damage,
Exile
наприклад, на
League.
ларчі. Чи
It's
там
got this,
блок
like,
на
legacy
маленькому на
league kind of
ремарк.
feel where you're
Десь
like,
поміняти.
there's
Але
just
ти можеш до цього
strong
наролити на
boxes and
ремарк кластері,
shrines
наприклад,
and
якийсь там
legions and stuff
Determination на
everywhere. It's
ремарк,
like,
а
I
потім
feel like I'm
поміняти.
playing a juiced endgame version of the
І
campaign.
в тебе буде
more so
блок
than-
на Determination на
The
ремарк
epic
кластері,
thing
наприклад.
of
Чи в зворотній
it was a
порядку,
thing
чи
where
там,
like
по-моєму, блоки так можуть
this is a
наробити,
thing I
але-
would say that is like almost a
Ну,
bit
ідею, надіюсь, поняв.
undersold almost, where it's
І
like
можна
the
фракчери ці
impact this
штуки, там
league
ролики,
has on the
бла-бла-бла.
like normally you'd think okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a
Ну,
second
там
replicated
ж не
area.
казав,
It's
Аня,
like,
що ти можеш
I don't really care
умовно
about that. But then
скрафтити
you're like, yeah, but
якийсь
what
там
if when the
бранд
Mirage is
кластер,
spawned, we
зафракчерить його,
also then
поміняти йому
ensure there's
енчант,
other
і
bonus content that's
наролить там, наприклад,
currently
кріт
in-game
кластер.
only
У
generally,
тебе
or
буде
like
бранд нодик
Mayhem
разом з
League,
кріт
you know,
нодиком.
kind of
Разом.
stuff. Not that we do that much of that
Ruckus,
anymore. Yeah,
ruckus.
yeah.
Mayhem
And then
League.
all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff
Ну, і на
going
ларажах
on.
так
And I
само
actually
можна
think it's.
робити.
I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like
Yeah,
interactive
would.
ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that you know they fall away at the end game because they're not really
Production.
powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5-link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point.
Ні,
It's
фракчур,
just to the point
правильно.
where you like
Да,
do the really
фракчур
cool
залишиться
looking
те, що ти
ones, and
зафракчуриш на
that's my
джувелі.
advice. Do the
Всі
really
моди
cool
залишаться те, що ти
mirages that have, like, a bunch
зафракчуриш.
of
Поміняється
extra mechanics with
тільки
it.
енчант.
Only the other ones,
Те, що
you know,
вибирає,
just, like,
який
you'll
яка
be
база.
able to
типу.
take it or leave it here,
Оце
even if your
поміняється і
player
все.
normally does them all, or
Тобто
Check
замість
the
Cold
mechanics,
Damage ще
check the
буде
wish, do it or move
якийсь
on.
Elemental
Yeah,
Damage, чи
yeah.
там
So-
Attack
Sometimes
Damage,
you
чи
need.
Damage з луками.
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so
І
the
потім
Mirage
уже
in
цей
the
чел далі буде
I
ролитися,
call
якби
it
то
the
це
overworld
Cold
and the
Damage, якщо
recreate.
ти його
Those are the
переробив
internal
Cold
terms we've
Damage.
been using.
Okay.
But the
Але якщо
the
ти до
Mirage
цього
around the
зафракчурив там
object in the
умовний
initial
якийсь
area,
демедж
not
з
the one that you've
луками,
recreated,
мод,
does have
якийсь
a lot of
там
extra
bow, кріт,
monsters from the
то
Alpha
він
Root, as
залишиться.
Mark was saying in the
Далі,
live
якщо ти
stream.
навіть будеш
Those monsters are purely
фракчурити.
additive. So they
Enchant не
don't
enchant не можна
displace existing
зафракчурити.
monsters or anything like
Моди
that,
можна
which
на
does
смоці
mean that even
зафракчурити.
if you
Enchant
never
це
enter a
enchant.
Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
Yeah,
there's
there's
just
a lot of
extra
chances
monsters.
there.
Probably how you were so overleveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones, and then I'm like, oh well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space,
Clever.
which
Нічого
means on
собі.
a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed
Навіть
that
на
you solved that
токсиках буде
issue. I was
нормальний
like,
міраж,
you guys have
більш-менш.
done it.
Our programmers
Ну,
a
Enchant
lot
це
of
є
work into
те,
that.
що
They
визначає.
did a good job.
And
Мод.
even then you've got
Це
now you
Enchant
can
це те,
immediately
що
think that and go,
робить
well, hold on,
курицю.
if I'm in like say toxic sewer and it
Оця
flood
курицинка
fills,
нічого не робить, крім
I'm
того,
going
що
to
міняє
be so
Enchant.
far away from the portal. Wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes,
it.
you guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it,
Yep.
we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league
I
for
think
the
you've,
new
like,
content? And
You've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
is
well,
like,
Another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works.
made
like,
me feel really,
like
really suspicious.
So
like there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Poet in here and get the thing?
I mean, like, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys are the team division maybe is
Конечно,
working well there.
Yeah, because we, by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussed. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
awesome,
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. Getting off Mirage. I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing you mentioned boss, and I remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
Можна, типу, як блайтед мапи будуть які. Це буде міраж мапа.
I was going to ask, actually. Because you've got this whole, like, it's juicing the other mechanics, and it's doubling the other mechanics, and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Okay, which I always forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to
it's at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level of quality, as gems do. Because, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep.
На звичайному кластері можна таке X2 наробити чи ні?
And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit.
Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
You have
Yes,
some
you're not,
influence over it.
you're not going to get like faster
Тебе
casting on
є
a
джувел,
double
ти
strike
просто
or something.
будеш оце,
Brutality is a
поміняється на
valid
оце.
support for Wild
І тепер
Strike,
замість оцих
so you
нодиків
could
ти
get
можна робити
that,
оці
which
нодики.
isn't particularly
don't
good.
Але якщо ти оцей нодик зафракчуєш, він
Well,
залишиться.
you know, LE damage
Але
with
тепер
attacks
ти
is
можеш
also
ці
rad,
нодики
as you
наробити.
go on Wild
Ти можеш
Strike.
комбити по 2 джувела.
So,
Між
or sorry,
собою.
is LE damage with attacks the modern
Ти
name?
можеш взяти Даріані Лесом
Yes.
і скомбити його з
But
оціми двома
regardless,
якимись
like,
нодиками,
there
які
are,
тобі тут
you know,
хочеться.
undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
Okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Як вони позиціонуватися будуть? Я без поняття, чесно.
I don't know if this was really shown,
Надо
but
десь
there's a lot of
загальний
like,
список
is
шукати.
this just the campaign or is it in-game as well? There's like a lot, there's these like silver gin caches and gold
Цього
gin caches
модул?
and...
That's a all points.
Понять.
So when you're in a Mirage,
Those are juicy.
there's like
Особливо
packs,
він
so
вам
there's
скаже,
packs
десь
of enemies that are
тиждень
specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting it simple.
Yeah,
There's
that's
so much, I
okay.
love the amount of
No.
like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even a, kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
So, oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny.
that
I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity, get it. But it's it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can. Modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like,
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to...
Oh, look, it's still on the list. Yeah. It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when.
Що вони говорять? Вони про тріал тільки що говорили.
It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like,
вони хочуть тріал Ancestors?
We will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's you know, people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, you know, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. You know, if Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Pee-wee 1, we'll hire more, we'll give them the resources they need. You know, like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But you know, Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list, it's procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
It's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time, because it means we can, you know, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch, you know?
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant, this is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something probably, yeah. So 13 years to get its second Ascendancy, so 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like, ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to do
you
it.
just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, you know, the next league gets saved, you know. But you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes. You know, it might be better for casters here, or attackers here, or summoners here, or a boss.
Yeah, for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of playstyle. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim. Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like, you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its merits, but I would say would probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent.
For 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like, you know, early game as well. You know, at some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring, or has its woes. Yeah, we know the deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game? Like, what we're playing with, please no more rolling magma. Kind of there's been a lot of, you know, I'm sure there's some people that love it, and it's not, I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it. But ideally for the next one, we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, you know, reworking some of the other skills, you know, but that was something on our current, you know, list of things. So we'll see how that goes. But and that, you know, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that, even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully 2. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that's
like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because we, you know, I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant. But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main, you know, main skill. So they will eventually need to get one.
See, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on the skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just, I can't, stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself from a cool idea. Sometimes, but generally speaking.
On the kind of like more balance and skill design, handcasting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, you know, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of. You know, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage. But like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a handcasting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat, I think of like Ice Spear back in the day, I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Not to say there aren't. Certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but you know, again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, you know, Gold Tails.
It's more like all over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Дуже цікаво,
I don't
як
disagree
завжди.
with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with
Але
handcasting
ким буде
to some
стартувати,
degree.
хто
Like
ж
it's
його
kind of like
знає.
handcasting and
makes sense.
spells kind of come together, so you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a package deal at some point.
Не знаю,
Yeah,
напевно,
I would
зранку
actually agree with you. I'm not
будемо
quite
дивитися
happy with
почнути.
just like.
Сьогодні я не буду їх
This is a
дивитися.
weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so
Yeah.
iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because
Yeah.
Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
Yeah, true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed, or
Yeah,
you know, maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to
Ну,
see how
коли
I can
це
use some of these
закінчиться, буде почнути.
more
Та
party
закінчиться або
adjacent
через
ones
5
to
хвилин, або через 3.
benefit my friends
Або
with
через
some guardian
час.
changes.
Десь
Unless the
кругле
Reliquarians are all
число
good at being a
має
support
бути.
character, I don't know.
Ну,
I'll have
не
to see
через
which
5, я
one.
думаю.
Well, you'll have to see. And
I'll have to
I
see.
honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
Nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every
You're not
one of those build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but you know, it's a gamble.
That's funny.
I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad news.
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me. Right.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like, you know,
Harbingery
no,
removed?
the issue. Just
Can't complain about it now.
Band-aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people, but there's a little bit of you know, it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not.
they're
a fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, and or especially, you know, with a, you know, way we have to kind of develop things now. It's kind of it has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here.
Окей, забрали
it will get the
Гарбінчерів,
justice it
колись
deserves.
вернеться.
And I'm
Реворкнутий.
not putting it in the like some in the nebulous trial of the
Флайн
ancestors bin
фракчери
here.
будуть просто падати, я не знаю.
It's in a closer.
Як
Yes,
рандомні курінці.
which and that's what I'm saying. Bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and like, well, actually we are doing that in like Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But you know, immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means
There's a lot of justification.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned
Сумніваюся,
earlier,
що наступна
Ancient and
ліга
Fracturing
буде,
ones are in the
да.
core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger uniques are in the drop pool, core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah.
Alright.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a
don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go,
So
nice.
you still have that capability.
Блеси будуть
Good old
реролить
Blessed Orbs getting a
мапи.
bit more love.
Yep.
Гвардів.
My baby.
So yeah, no, yeah, yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the like,
but the loss aversion.
Your like effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures. Like,
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well,
like
and also a more grounded in gothic Like, you know, like, again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal.
Is it more Harbinger?
Big portal thing, you know?
Yes,
and
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be done better. So
it was definitely a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I'm glad and impressed that you are.
Again, we have to be brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like,
я не знаю, чого люди так про Харбінджеру питали усердно.
Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
No.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that.
Breach.
So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it? Like, what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve. I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind. Or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
So intrusive is the word I would use. Like we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant.
До речі, цікаво, що там за налор чим закінчиться.
Shrunk the encounter, shrunk
Ще я
the
думав,
walls,
що
they
буде
destroy when you're
гігабос якийсь.
damaged. They destroy when they're damaged, rather.
Але вони нічого не сказали про це
You know,
поки.
we were just discussing earlier, like, if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Це Маріан, це
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now?
Гоно
Obviously, you have to
зустрінеш.
work on the new content at a certain point, and that
Ото
starts almost
Ізана
immediately.
розвалить Атлас, тоді оці з'являться
Yeah, it kind of
регіони.
depends.
Чи що?
Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems.
Походу.
And we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main thing ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like you know, the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us, we'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, you know, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. You know, they're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once, like Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flush breaches overlapping. That wasn't available in Keep. Is that a thing in now?
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around
good fun.
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. There is
well, the whole goal was to keep that, right?
Right, yeah.
You know, it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one, I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know, that's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiula going to do? Where's Zoff and Ulnatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like,
maybe
how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains.
These are literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
they're not to your current standards, are they?
It's not what we do.
Just
anymore.
like Harbinger, they got. You know? Get out of here.
You need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Ooh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man, or be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new uniques.
banger.
Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Yep. Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that you know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare weapons
for the rare equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
Again, like, that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And you have the, like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with things like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way more exclusively from Delve.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special, and not just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons, for rare weapons at least, is aiming that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down, yeah.
6-link
I saw the
rate
6-linking thing was dropped down a bit. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course, yes. Because again, it's part of that, like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? Yep. So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure
This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem was the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
We don't know about.
Someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, we can only be so certain about, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, we're 99% sure on everything. But
if I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
yeah, well, you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent, good. Yeah. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the high fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They're quite time consuming.
Класик Q&A, я ж не перекладаю, я просто слухаю, і там тільки коли щось прям кажуть, то щось кажу. То тут чуть не заснув буває регулярно.
I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to the Keeper's Mature. And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes. But not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now. So we'll see. But it should, when these things go core and now you have an Atlas tree and now you have a set of Scarabs and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas tree and the Scarab system, is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is another decision we'll make for a while, but, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro, because I'm realizing we just haven't even talked about the core end game. Well, it's like, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases, like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like, you have this this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So, like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. And from completing your Atlas standpoint, like, all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3. For example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs. You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. Like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
Quantity in your maps based on the
Yes. Yes.
Якби ще мікрофон в Октаві не робив нормально, було б
Yeah, I know.
чудово.
You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of
I
like
think 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of like it's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of, you know, more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's
able
like
to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So.
and then being able to, you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run, I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, you know, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no elder ring management.
You have to make the elder eat the shape of blob, but not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive in its digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
Elder ring, пам'ятаю, було
The
діло.
loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, ooh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just pot it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
Which is amazing.
You just have the map item.
That was really
go wherever you want.
with those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, you don't want to do different maps on the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, you know, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each. One of them will be removed. So you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but you get a little bit less juice if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be very
Or you just cut it in half a couple times, and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, you know, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or 3 blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that reward.
Rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And non-annoying. Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps and like micromanage it, and it was moving around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end, then you go again.
Term sort of
like this is a really good system for making short to midterm goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
That is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Мені виглядає як секстант.
Just also, by the way,
Такі новіші.
his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of you know, what there will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one.
I looked at you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a blight.
Truth to every
there might be a
I'm pulling on my microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't no. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. I was just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
Yes, but it's just a
Кажу,
limitation
Blight
of
летучий.
that's what happens when you spawn
Да.
that many things.
Yeah.
You just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. Like, yeah, and maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like, you know, programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like T17s have been
they're
pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes.
Що? Вернись.
Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly. So yeah, sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what a result. Ultimately, they're still decent to run. You know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for...
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be... It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the nightmare key is... it's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so, you know,
they were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of
we're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, you know, with no Karak crafts, you know, there's chaos sinks. So, But as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops. And so, you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like, I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economics, it's over reels, man.
4 стона.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are
Один буде
worthless.
Субареллера.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
GCPs the trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of
Exile.
mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh,
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally, and if it isn't,
the point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Sure.
yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps, on the other end of things, had these weird pedal powers.
Я не понял, чого немає тексту?
Petal skills and
Ah,
originator
не
maps
кричи
have
на
been
мене.
removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the alters and memory threads. Memory tears.
Ладно, просто щось не було.
There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as alter enhancements, and so the alters are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you
Instead
use
of adding a memory
to
thread to your Atlas,
create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now. And you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked
якщо ти
until you go
мінмаксер
complete it,
фармер,
right?
ти будеш
So
робити 16
itemization helps
мапок.
avoid that.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no, yeah.
Buy them, you can
Хорошо.
sell them, you can
Great.
farm a specific one. You can,
Ця хрень.
And
Just better.
that means it's also not like, because
Оця
this whole thing
хрень,
was like a
оце,
weird
що
thing. I don't
обмазування
know like how it
мапи
activated half the time, and it was like, you know,
працює
separate map
на
device.
оцей квадрат.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just
It's a
Full
thing.
Atlas.
It's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well.
Цю
So
мапу
on
ти
that one,
засовуєш,
we have
та
a few
що
extra just
дропає
random
Uber
unsorted
фрагменти, ти десь
questions.
сюди засовуєш.
I actually
І на неї оця обмазування не працює.
Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for
Того
a
ти
second.
будеш
One
заміні
person
мапи
asked me a
бігати
ruthless question
обмазувати,
I thought was actually
а
intriguing.
ці
I
ти не
thought I'd
можеш
ask
так
now.
сильно
So
обмазати,
in
то вони
Ruthless
будуть
you can't hide
тільки до
items on the
босу
loot
пускати
filter,
більше.
which I was surprised to learn, made me laugh.
Там все ще будуть моди, все ще буде лут, але типа
have to
не,
be like
не
that?
оптимальненько.
it's the idea was if that you know, we're ruthless. Really, what a lot of what ruthless is a it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those two, like, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer,
then
right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve the formatting, highlighting, what's important, escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels,
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly it is a philosophy I've changed. Like, I might have even been me that said no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, some people might, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There's a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where. It was honestly weird when you had a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it. Is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Yeah. Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been planted.
Yeah, it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types, just like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay, I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're gonna pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you like misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool like animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. but without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. You know, since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know, I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain, you be the hero. But you know, we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get like a bit, little tiny, just a little foot in the door here, maybe. Just plant the seed, maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed. Because, I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your hopes, but yeah, I'd say low. But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good
Вони
chat
закінчили.
and Q&A session. Octavian for the first time here. This was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things.
Actually, достатньо цікаво було слухати.
Yes, you are doing it.
You are doing it again. This is not yours.
You're doing it again.
Я половину не
hopefully
слухав, але те,
Andrew
що
on here
слухав, було
next
цікаво.
time. You know.
Be back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah. It really, yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps.
See you later.
Appreciate it, everyone.
Сейчас сайт ляже. Та-дам! Thanks for watching. Чноти Свен. Чноти Свен. Я їх читати зараз не буду, але... Дай почноти. А дай. Мене так перестали кричати мені на ухо, так тихо стало. Ось музику включить поки. Я просто хочу пролистати, чисто подивитися. Дай почноти. Я забував, вони писали там, коли будуть почноти. Колись. Twitch drops. Я не знаю, механіка виглядає дуже прикольно. Я не знаю, як це сказати. Вона виглядає як дирка з мобами, тільки новіша. Оце, що люди постійно просять. Тільки не дирка з мобами, а, ну, коротше, просто бий мобів і буде лут. Якось так. Угу. 16 дед? А, люди просили, кажу. Мені це, як завжди, невелика проблема була. Мені щось не хотілося бігати, я не бігав, хотілося бігати, я бігав. Але у людей була проблема, якщо у людей проблема, це неправильно. І щось зробили. Побачимо, як це буде відчуватися нова технологія ця з новим атласом. Мені то, скоріше за все, завжди буде весело, бо мені щось нове весело і прикольно, і б'єш моби весело, білди робиш. Але побачимо, що будуть люди говорити. Є декілька непонятних речей мені, але в цілому, да. Ці скіли смішні всякі. О, ці скіли смішні всякі, звісно. Ну, скіли лут з міража, який буде падати, це прям holy. Я там дивився і прям було holy shit. What the fuck is this трошки? Це есенція непонятна, там хтось, я забув уже хто. Там хтось бубнів, що погана есенція, що там всього один дабл демеджа за бла-бла-бла. Ну, небагато, але інші хороші. І можна більше мати. Всякі елементів може бути 8 на мобі, теоретично, якщо сильно захотіть. 8 дабл демеджа. Норм мод. Але це у поросі треба. Але там інші приколи є смішні всякі. Shockwave has плюс 1 cooldown use, наприклад, на правому рінгу. У мене або Unleash плюс 1 стіл. Це, коротше, на рінгу прикольні есенції. Equipped Magic Flask, have increase effect, якщо немає біля неї фласки. Просто поставив біля неї кінчуру і маєш фласку з 30 increase ефекту. Прикольно, на белт. Тобто, я не впевнений. Про чейн я не впевнений, звучить прикольно, але close range це close range занадто, щоб воно було прикольно, я думаю. 6 левелів це якась дуже ситуативна хрень, але може і буде прикольно, без поняття. Якомусь там приколу придумати. Думаю, щось придумається, але да. Коротше, ну, не всі ці моди OP якісь, але є прикольні, є юзабільні. На сенсі. Ця хрень невідома науці. Об Харвесті буде крафт який. Ці амулети, я не знаю. Це треба думати. Щит. Ну да. Не, вайва. А, ну ці нові стакери ти маєш на увазі якісь, чи що? Чи які стакери вийти? А, ну дивлячись, які стакери, якщо ти про Dream Fizzer говориш, я бачив із щитом. То що в них демеджа і так більярд, то чому б не взяти щит і бути невмиручим там і за Єгісом якимсь умовним? Ну, але так, да. Ну, коротше, есенція. Я бачу, скажімо так, я бачу ситуації, де вона буде юзатися. То твоєму. Амулети дивні. Я не знаю. Такі фласки чаржів буває, умовно. Аудифон. «45 найбільше. Окей. І треба більше половини, тобто там 22. Це одна фласка. А, там є модна плюс 30 чаржів, теж правда, да, я забув за це. За скільки буде? 70, 35. Тобто це десь одна фласка 70 дот мульті дає. Ну, 4% це. Не. 4% це дуже багато. Ну, може не дуже, але це багато. Да, 50 армора це дофіга. Що він працює після резисту? По-моєму. Ой, один після, та я завжди це путаю. По-моєму, після, але я прям, в мене голова зламалась. Я сказав і задумався. Я не знаю, на амулет на дохрена дот мульті. І навіть лайф на ньому є на диво. Може. Тільки придумати, як сустейнить фаски. Якийсь хітовий шмяк. Да, то ну такі числа. Ну, тобто, понятно, що мільйон армора це мільйон армора, але. Та навіть, я не знаю, тобто 4% від армора аплається. Я думаю. Умовний, просто хороший арморний білд, там 50-100 тисяч. Ну, хай 100 буде. 4 це вже маловато. На рандомному білді. Навірно. Тобто я б сказав би хоча б десь. Ну, 1015 вийшло в результаті армора, і це вже буде не нічого, на мою думку. 4 це достатньо мало. Мені здається. Ну, я маю на рандомному білді. Що значить після блоку? Якщо ти зблочив, то ти зблочив. Що? Я щось провтикав. Чи ти маєш на увазі? А, якщо ти блок рісентлі, ти про це, ну. Пофіг. Ну, не пофіг, але так. Таке. Ех. 50 тисяч армора, які аплаюються до еля демеджа, ти можеш танкувати все, крім, може, меморі гейма на Убері. Ну, та, я кажу, 4К це непогано, типу, але. Ну, не нічого, типу, вже, але не то, що прям вау. Тобто я б десь за 10, якщо буде, то я буду казати окей. Тобто це десь під 200 тисяч. Тобто 20, ну, це не нічого. Але, ну, кажу, це, коротше, якщо ти менше 100 тисяч армора, то цей мод да, це таке собі буде. Що 100 тисяч армора це достатньо багато, якщо ти не стакаєш. Але якщо ти стакаєш, то да. Ну, тобто мені прям цікаво, де шостого глянути. Ну-ка, якийсь мій рандомний умовний білд, на якому був армор. Ну так, да, якщо 200к, то що не 1к. Тобто я ж так і сказав спочатку, що 100 тисяч армора. На 100 тисяч армора, типа, це ще реалістично, просто, типа, хороший білд з кучою армора ти не збирав. Ну, що прям трошки підупоровся, але ще не стакер. То я того і так сказав, що 100 тисяч. То що більше, це вже більше. Ніч з п'ятниці на суботу, да, наступної. Ну, через 8 днів. Я хочу якийсь білд, у якого в мене було хоч якась кількість армора, не 0. Я не можу згадати. Інквізитора, по-моєму, в мене було. Heavy Striker. Ну, 10 тисяч, це майже нічого, блін. Ну, мені 10. Ну ладно, давай 10 тисяч. Ладно, давай я зроблю. Хорошо. Плюс 10 тисяч. Тут. 36. Хай буде 36. Ні, 36 це багато. Ну, хай буде, ладно. Мені цікаво, шейпер сленг. Якщо взяти. Він нанесе демеджу. Тобто. Шейпер слем редактить. А, я не знаю, який в мене фіздемедж редакшена, бля. Чистого фіздемедж редакшена, щоб без арморів було. А, боже. Game is hard. А в мене немає фіздемедж редакшена, крім endurance charge, по-моєму. Окей. Тоді все простіше. По-моєму. Тобто 36 damage reduction дає 36 тисяч армора. Ну, окей. Від memory гейму не врятує, звісно, але... Має він memory game. У нас 120. Ні, це physical damage. Ой, що? Memory game physical damage робить? Я confused. А? Чи це воно щось поламалось? Ні. Memory game physical damage робить? What the fuck? Я actually не знав, я думав він елементальний. Окей. Виявляється, він physical damage. Може він конвертиться? Я не знаю. Та що я пам'ятаю, його early damage reduction стакали, щоб його танкувати. І в мене є підозра, що він неправильно щось тут написано. Ну ладно. Я не пам'ятаю, що не люблять дефенси для Exile, по крайній мірі в PoE 1. Ладно. Я не знаю, в чому то є проблема, чесно. Що значить нормальні дефенси, типу... Ти не можеш танкувати Uber Slam? Значить дефенси погані? Це в тебе така логіка? То що все інше втанкувати можна, зробити чари і нормально. І навіть якщо сильно упорошся, то й те можна танкувати, якщо хочеться. Я не знаю. Так, погані ГГГ, хочуть, щоб ми страждали. Все. Що я тут дивився? Я ж чекав почнути, поки тут наводив на все підряд. Цей став непонятний. А, ці штуки я хотів. Тобто свіп, actually, я не знаю, мені ці штуки виглядають смішно. Питання в тому, чи свіпу розігнати його є можна нормально. Тому що, як кажу, якщо він не фулскрін, то він сумний буде. Достатньо. А от холіхамери виглядали смішні. У мене навіть такий маленький шанс є, що я стартану холіхамерами. Мені вони весело виглядали. Так от, есенція, я не знаю. Ну, цей мод достатньо такий, дуже сильно ситуативний, якщо й будуть використовуватися, і що про армор аплається до демеджа. Давай так скажу, я з цим не буду сперечатись. То що цифра достатньо маленька, але вона має бути не сильно більше, щоб він був хорошим, а так я скажу. Вона має бути не прям сильно більше. Ну, ладно, може це сильно, тобто 6, 7, 8, 10, я не знаю. Ну, може в 2 рази, то це звучить як багато, але так. Ну, сильно більше, але типу. Да. Так, що вони там? Hello, почноти? А дай почноти. Чи вони через 10 хвилин будуть? Почнотись? Де почнотись? Почнотись вен. Ну, ладно тоді. Наверно, на сьогодні тоді буде все. Завтра встанемо, будемо дивитися почноти. Ви підете інших стрімерів, поки подивитесь і скажете мені, чого ГГ погані. Hello і пока тоді. Да, ти вчасно. Анонс був прикольний. Хочу. Дайте. Да. Почуємось завтра. Розкажете мені все.